I am sorry. Are you okay?
Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, 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 every.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Breakfast Club of Boxing as GTO, Instagram, and just like it's the passion, man. And we're here to talk about the big fight. Super duper, duper duper, big fight. We are live and taking phone calls.
Boxing Voice. Boxing Voice. Boxing Voice. Ayo Ness, roll up the Hardin. I just landed at Reed, I'm trying party. Roll up. Shout out to I mean. We rollin' permanent marker. Be careful, this jabber stain you like a permanent marker. Size them up, then back them down. Vander Holyfield posture. All these other shows frauds. We the real, they imposters. We got like 2 phones lit. I'm on my 2-tone ish. Let's drop the line up. We got Bill Haney on the list. Whether it's X or Discord, hit the line, the floor is yours. You ain't feeling my opinion? We can meet at Border Wars. Throw you straight and I'ma slip. Throw my straight, you know it's lit. I take this rollie off my wrist and throw some gloves on this. I throw some gloves on this and turn the money made. Hit the subscribe button, it's free and you can join the day. And hit that champ level. Appreciate it. We live every day, twice a day, we stay dedicated. This the Boxing Voice. No better way to start your day. If it's hot, we got the drop, and that's each and every day. Whether you on the West Coast or the East, press play. 6 a.m. or 9 a.m., we'll get you through your day. This the Boxing Voice. No better way to start your day. If it's hot, we got the drop, and that's each and every day. Whether you on the West Coast or the East, press play. They tuning in from New York all the way to the UK.
This is just too easy. It's like taking candy from a baby. What up, what up, what up, what up? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. Today, we're going to be previewing and predicting Serrano. I always do that. Taylor Serrano and the entire women's card. And we're asking the question, can this women's card actually steal the show once again on Netflix? We got a couple of polls on this discussion, and we're looking for your input. We're also looking for you to call in and give us your opinion on this weekend's action, particularly on Friday, all women's card going down. Can Katie Taylor avenge her 2 losses? Can Amanda Serrano avenge her 2 losses at the hands of Katie Taylor? Or is it going to be a 3-peat? And it is a stacked all-women's card. This might be the biggest card in boxing history with so many elite-level women or high-level women. A+, A-, and even B+ fighters all up and down this card. Let's start from the bottom to the top just to try and get through all of this without being hung up on the main event. Obviously, that main event did a lot of numbers. So right now, that's kind of the big thing. Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, 3rd fight. But there are some good fights on this undercard that certainly need some conversation. On July 11th, a Friday, 2025, in Madison Square Garden, the Garden will host an all-women's boxing card headlined by Katie Taylor, who is 24-1 with 6 KOs. She's going to be taking her nemesis, Amanda Serrano, 47-3 with 1 draw and 31 KOs. Those KOs never show up when she fights Katie Taylor. She does hurt Katie, but 34 KOs just don't show up to that level. Taylor is a undisputed junior welterweight champion, and this fight will be streamed on Netflix around the world. And that's really the question. Can these women replicate, duplicate what they did the last time out? So we have a poll right here on YouTube, and we're asking you viewership versus 2024's 74 million. Does this card, all women's card, no Jake Paul, no Mike Tyson, can it do over 80 million views? 31% agree with that. 60 to 80 million, 20% agree with that. 22% agree that 40 to 60 million will be the number. Under 40%, we got 28% that believe that will be the number, that they will come in under 28%. So this is what we're asking you guys. We also got one on our community page. Clearly very similar. You know, can Katie and Amanda top the 74 million viewers they did the first time? 25% on our community page says yes, they do over 80 million views. 60 to 80 million views is only 6%. 40 to 60 million views, only 0%. And under 40 million views coming in at 69%. Now, Nikisha said that 30 million is a great number. They wouldn't mind having 30 million viewers. So while you may think it's not a success to get 80 or to get 30 instead of the 80 or 40 instead of the 74, Nikisha, the promoter, CEO of MVP, certainly feels that it's a good number, and that's what they think Netflix would be happy with if they could come up with a good 30 to 40 million people live. If they can replicate that, then maybe we can get boxing on Netflix long term. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? We're going to go ahead and put the Taylor Serrano question on Twitter, asking people who they think wins in this trilogy fight with these two young ladies. Now, Netflix is in almost 300 million homes, so, not a big deal to get this number as long as the content is something that people are interested in and as long as they can get that word out to the casuals. Have you been seeing any advertisement on your Netflix? I have, and it's been pretty fun to watch. They're doing commercials with actresses along with these two warrior boxers, and I'm hoping that it pays off. I really enjoy the big time promotion of Netflix and how it's always being pushed as some sort of a commercial on my Netflix subscription. So I certainly enjoy what they do, and I hope that these numbers exceed the numbers of the past. If you're watching this on X live streaming video, I need you to hit that retweet, repost. Right now, we only got 65 of you watching with your eyeballs. I need all 65 to hit the retweet, repost so that we can immediately double that number. Right now, we're the only people live, so that's okay. But once other people go live, we can't allow them to be anywhere near our tails. You know what I'm saying? They got to play catch up. None of that. So if you're on Spaces, same thing. Hit that retweet, repost. Over on YouTube, don't forget to vote on the poll and smash the thumbs up. How can you vote on the poll but not smash the thumbs up? How is there already 200 votes and only 37 thumbs up? I don't get it. I don't. But for those over on Discord, no, we have a poll there going live for you as well. And we certainly want your opinions on Discord. There is a poll live on Discord. So all my Discord community members, you can definitely go ahead and answer the poll question on our Discord. We're asking Taylor Serrano outcome. 50% believe Taylor by decision. 13% believe Serrano by KO. Taylor by KO, 0%. The draw is 38% with our audience. No contest is a 0%. So, again, starting from the bottom to the top, we have a exciting card, and the first bout up will be Ramla Ali taking on Leela Fittado. Ramla Ali, a former champion, and coming into this fight without her belt. She lost it at the hands of, or let's say she lost the title opportunity at the hands of Mecado, who's also going to be on this show. And she lost her IBF Intercontinental versus Julissa Alejandra Guzman. You know, she eventually beat Julissa in the rematch. No title was on the line. But she did get the win and then went for the WBC bantamweight, super bantamweight title, came up short. MVP signs her directly off the loss, throw her in the fire with Leela Fittado. Fittado 11-2, coming off 2 straight wins in Brazil. Before that, she lost 2 straight losses to Raven Chapman and Chris Artingstall. So 2 back-to-back losses for the Brazilian. She's a 2-star fighter, and she will begin her second opportunity here on the main stage. She's fought twice internationally outside of Brazil in the UK. This will be her first fight in Madison Square Garden. I'm leaning with Ramla. Leela Fittado, not to be confused with Nelly Furtado, the singer. She's 34 years old. Ramla, on the other hand, is slightly older, coming in at 35. September baby, so she's soon to have a birthday. But, you know, being some sort of former champion, I'm going to lean with Ramla. She's also with my good friend and great trainer, Manuel Robles. And that is the key. He is a great trainer, and whenever he's in the corner, he usually gets the win. She got the win over her avenged loss for having Manny in that corner. Now, Ramla Ali is a model turned boxer and gets a lot of attention outside of the ring. Very popular young lady, very well off, you know, over 120,000 followers on Instagram. She's done covers of Vogue. So, you know, crossed over here to that boxing realm, showing her medal, showing that she's not just a pretty face, banging with the best. This is her and her opponent, Fittado. Fittado actually looks better on her box rack. This is a very horrible pick of her, but hey, it is what it is. This is the first fight of the night. Once again, I'm leaning Ramla Ali and her very capable training staff. Next up, Tibo taking on Mari Kasamasa or Kasamasa. And, you know, I'm going with Tam. Just too much, I guess, amateur background, too much experience, international experience. Just too much, in my opinion. So we've interviewed Tam. She's got world game experience, international experience. She spars with men. She's tall. She's long. I'm going with Tam. You know, Kasamasa will have to prove that she's on this level and that she can, you know, detract one of these up-and-coming future stars for Matchroom. And I do believe Tam Tibo can be that. She's got the look. She's got the style. speaks well, beautiful young lady. Hopefully they can take her to the top. I am going Tam Tibo in that fight. Chantel Cameron and Jessica Camara, also going Chantel Cameron here. We've also interviewed her. She has that elite level experience. She holds the win over Katie Teller. Again, I'm picking experience over youth in most of these, experience over pretty much anything. In this women's divisions, you know, experience matters. Cameron, if I'm not mistaken, has undisputed in the past when she beat Katie Teller. And then she immediately lost those belts to Katie Teller. So she had picked up the straps versus various different women, took the WBC, and earned that versus Adriana Dos Santos, defended it versus Melissa Hernandez, unified with Mary McGee, fine ass, then defended versus Victoria Noelia Bustos, then undisputed with Jessica McCaskill, former world champ, then beat Katie Teller in a legacy fight in Dublin, Katie's home, then lost the rematch to Katie in Dublin. Since then, beat former champ Helem McCallid. And if it's not a champ, if she was never a champ, she was a former title challenger. But I think she was a WBC interim champ. Also beat Patricia Bergault in the UK, and now she's scheduled to face Jessica Camara. Certainly, I am going Chantel Cameron. Just better resume on that level. Been through the fire. Faced the tougher opposition. My pick will be Chantel Cameron over Jessica Camara for Camara's WBC interim junior welterweight title. Up next, we got Shernika Johnson versus Sharetta Metcalf. Never trust a big butt and a smile. I'm going with Sharetta. We getting it out the mud. Shout out to Texas, stand the fuck up. Shout out to all you dudes out there that ain't with your baby mom. You got to be rooting for Sharetta right now. Single mom, 3 kids, started fighting in like some backyard type shit where people just paying her to just bang out with random girls and turned street fighting into a professional career. Was able to win a world title after being robbed versus, I forget, let me look it up too because it's just nasty the way they robbed her on that Lou DiBella card versus that Chinese girl. I think it was Choi or some shit like that. Try to do my girl dirty. Who did you have a nasty decision with? Oh, she beat Miyashito twice. It was Miyashito that robbed another girl, this other dark girl. Let me see. Not Bridges. I'm looking for it. I got to look at the wins, right? It's not Ebony. Was it? I don't remember the last name being Rodriguez, but that sounds about right. Oh, no, there it is. It was Sharetta. No, it wasn't. No, it was not. Maybe India Rodriguez? Somebody help me, man. Who's that girl she lost to? In my opinion, she lost on a Lou DiBella card. Even Lou responded like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, man, get the fuck out of here. Get that girl her win. See, this is what happens when you don't get a win. We don't even remember your name. I can't even find you on BoxRec. But she certainly deserved the loss, Mia Yoshida, before the Sharetta Metcalf fight. But Sharetta beat her twice, and that is her, most accomplished opponent. Beating her back-to-back proves she's on that level. Before beating Mio Yoshida back-to-back, she beat my girl, Melissa Odessa Parker, as well. And former Texas native, where Sharetta is from. So Sharetta has proven herself, came a long way. Like I said, man, from the bottom, got it out the mud. Backed by Crawford, too. She's definitely a Crawford girl. I'm going with Sharetta. I know that Shanika's everybody's favorite fighter. She's pretty. She got the tattoos. She's from Australia. She got the black girl last name, so y'all be riding with her. But, nah, we riding with Sharetta over here, and that's final. Salute, Miss Metcalf. Next up, we got Etley Scottney versus Yameth Mecado. I'm going with Yameth. Yameth, I've watched her fight on numerous occasions. She's a little bit heavy set. Not like big, but, she's a little, so she gives off that impression that she's not like that, but she's like that. She's like that. And her boxing skills are on par. Look like she might have lost weight, though. I ain't even going to front. See, some days, look at this pic. She look a little, you know what I'm saying, in the face. But then, you got this. And it's like, wait, you Snapchat filtering right now? What's going on? All I know is when I seen her in the ring, she be a little chubby. So don't be fooled by this IG. But, yeah, I'm going with her. She's the true champ. She's a beast. She got skills. I've watched her fight at least 3 separate fights. I've heard of Etley Scottney. I ain't gonna front. I've heard of her. I don't know that I've actually sat down and watched her fight. I really don't. I just know Yameth Mecado is the goods. She's been tested. The biggest drawback on her would be her age. Etley's 27, so it's not like Etley's crazy younger, Yeah, I don't know. I like Mecado. She's also 27. Look at that. I thought she might have been older. She's also 27, so this is perfect. The only disadvantage would be an inch in height that goes to her opponent. Mecado's been a WBC champion in the past, and she's held that belt since 2019. I'm going with the champ. I'm sorry. I've seen her fight. I'm just going with the champ. It's not a lot to say. Any Etley Scottney fans, please call in and tell us different. Listen, I tried to get booked on the show as he's, the warden of women's boxing, but he's busy on the road. Doing a road trip today, so he can probably jump on in the afternoon. But that being said, yeah, I'm all you got. I did try to get the experts in because I don't want this to be an early show. I want to give these women the respect they deserve. We've never seen a card this good for women's boxing. This many A and B level fighters, this many champions, this many title fights, just something historic. And I'm hoping that my girl Shadeja Green makes history. She's going to be going in there fighting for that the IBF and the WBO. It's a unification as her and Savannah Marshall are going to unify. Shadeja Green, even though she's the house fighter, is now the ace, the B side. Marshall has signed with MVP, made her the A side. She's on the left for the poster. She's left on the, bout sheet. So Shadeja has to feel upset. She has to use that for motivation, man. What I want for her, perfect world, is for her to get an identical knockout to Ann Wolf, and people see what I've been seeing and start to call her this generation's Ann Wolf. Let's hope that she can let her hands go. I'm riding with the underdog, Shadeja Green, at a plus 400. I know the world is going with Savannah Marshall, but she's coming off of a year layoff. Then she had like an MMA fight. Before that, all she had was the Franchon fight, and before that, I'm pretty sure all she had was the Clarissa fight. So she's definitely less active, less focused, but way more experienced. She's 34 years old, so she might even be younger. She's also 5'11 and a half with a 76.92% knockout ratio. So she's a dangerous young lady. But her record is exactly how I said. Two fights in 2022 with Femke Hermaz, and then with Clarissa where she lost the undisputed fight. Then her next fight, she beat Franchon for undisputed and got stripped. Now she's fighting Shadeja in a unification. But her last fight with Franchon was in 2023, July. So technically, she's been out the ring 2 years. Can Shadeja Green capitalize on that inactivity, on that rust? Hopefully. That's where I'm at with it. It's more of a hope at this point because we've seen Shadeja get a little bit hesitant and not let her hands go. We got the return of Alicia Bumgardner defending her undisputed titles versus Jennifer Miranda. And obviously we're going Bumgardner. She's locked in, looks in phenomenal shape. If you follow her on TikTok, she's in the gym every single day. She's locked in with Derek James. This is a new trainer, but it's not like she's stepping that competition up to a level that she's not been on. So the new trainer shouldn't be any sort of confusion or distraction. And I feel like he slowed her down. We can see that based off the pad work. He slowed her down. Maybe he's going to make her focus more on individual shots, placing the power, maybe getting girls out of there a little bit quicker than in the past. We'll see. But I am going Alicia Bumgardner without a doubt. Jennifer Miranda, let me just double check before I say I didn't see her. Let's see here. Yeah, I didn't see her. All her fights exclusively in Madrid. So shout out to her. 12-0, 1 KO. Hopefully, Alicia can stop her and get back into that, realm of the big puncher, the bomb, Last but not least, Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano. The third fight for Taylor's undisputed. I don't even know at this point, Serrano has hurt Katie Taylor, but, she can't ever capitalize and, take advantage of that. I don't know. And then her style, she just wants to bang. She gets outworked because she's throwing big shots that she has to recuperate from, so she's eventually outworked by Katie. I don't know. Is Katie gonna get old? And her output, is it gonna drop, allowing Serrano to finally get a win? I don't know. I'm gonna hope Serrano gets a win. As a Puerto Rican, female, she's Caribbean, I'm Caribbean. I'm going to hope she gets the win. I just don't know that she can do it. She doesn't let her hands go enough. That's my biggest worry. But those are my predictions. Hopefully, you guys are interested in today's topic. You know, I was thinking about maybe doubling it up, but again, I didn't want to disrespect the women. So I'm like, oh, do I do this with like the Boots and Thurman show? And then it's like everybody will just call in and talk about Boots and Thurman and not about this. So it is what it is. If this doesn't last, I did my job. I talked to you guys. I let you know that this fight is happening. It's on Netflix. It is accessible with your subscription. No extra money. It is an iconic card, never before seen. So many title shots, so many title defenses, so many straps. Yeah, I don't know what else Jake and Nikisha could do to get you guys to tune in or to be excited. Obviously, it's on Netflix as part of your subscription, so, you know, we don't have to worry about a pay-per-view price. It's a great fight card. I'll be tuned into it on Friday. Hopefully, you guys will be locked in with me during the live fight chat. But, yeah, phone lines are now open. Discord and X Spaces, both available for anybody that wants to call in and voice their opinion on the topic or give their predictions on the topic. You know, maybe you don't want to make predictions because you don't know all the ladies, but you just want to call in on the main event. Feel free. We got Demo. What up? Demo, you might need to jump out, jump back in. Something obviously isn't working. Tito Voss.
We there?
We here.
Audio.
Straight.
Oh. Hey, so buenas mornings, mi gente. Shout out to the community. You know, I feel like it's gonna be that 30 million mark. I really feel like 30 million people gonna tap in, man. They've done a great job of advertising this thing. That commercial with Uma Thurman and Charlize Theron.
Yeah, that
shit was dope. That shit was dope. I was like, oh shit. I didn't even know Uma Thurman was in that second movie. But anyway, so they did a great job of advertising this thing. I feel like, well, personally, I like to see pretty girls win. You know, the girl I'm hanging out with on Friday to watch it loves to watch the pretty girls lose. So, you know, I feel like, I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but that's the sentiment I'm getting.
You're nasty for that, because now we need to know who you think is pretty and who's not.
Oh, Ramla Ali, of course. And
uh-oh. He's driving. While we wait for him to reconnect.
Got a casual moment here.
Yeah, you after Ramla Ali, of course, we lost you in the driving zone.
Oh, damn. All right. So Ramla Ali, and I mean, do I even gotta say who else? I mean, who's the baddest female on the card? I think the whole community agrees, man, is Alicia, right?
Bumgardner?
So
hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Man, what you mean, bro? She's fine as hell.
Give me that tall ass Canadian. Y'all wildin', man. Tibo is the one.
Man, okay. Well, I'll agree to disagree. I got Alicia.
I can see why y'all don't like Tam. She do be looking a little crazy in some pictures. I ain't gonna front. Look at this pic. Lord. Tito, did we lose you again? I guess so. Look at that pic. I don't like them skinny braids. She got to get it right. But the poofy hair?
I'm asking who else is fighting.
Oh, Lord.
I think I'm cutting out.
You cutting
again.
out. You cutting out major. We lost you for.
I'm cutting out heavy. Damn, that's fucked up. Okay, anyway, so like I said, bro.
But I got you. Ramla Ali,
Yeah.
Leela Fittado. Then you
All
got
right, for sure. And then
Tam Tibo versus Mari Kasamasa.
Okay, I'm rooting for the pretty girls, bro. That's who I'm rooting for.
All right. So then you're not going.
The homie, she rooting for the ugly ones.
So you're not even gonna answer. You just whoever the people think is pretty, that's who you got.
I mean, I think the casual mind thinks that way.
For sure.
The male casual mind, right? So me being half a casual, you know, I'm tapping in a little bit with that, you know. And the females want to see the pretty girls lose, so I think they're gonna get numbers. I think they're gonna do numbers, personally. And that's my call. I think I heard the bell ring, right?
Yeah. You the man, champ.
Yeah.
Salute for calling in.
Salud.
Jersey Bob.
Good morning, Ness. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yeah, I watch women's boxing. I don't like women getting hit. Period. I don't care. They're old school. I don't really like women fighting. I don't. I don't like seeing women get hit. Now, do I watch it? Yeah, but I'm not a fan. So I can care less who wins. I will watch, but if it was for me, women would be banned from boxing because I don't like women getting hit. But that's neither here nor there. But as far as it getting numbers, I don't think so. I just go by like we playing. My sons is getting their friends to come over for Saturday, man. They don't even know that Friday fight's happening. They don't know that women are fighting, but they get that from me. Because I'm like, man, I ain't really into it. I'm gonna watch it, but they ain't watching it. They getting ready for Saturday night. We got people coming over for that. But then Friday night, all the women fighting, no sir. It's like the WNBA. I watch summer league basketball, NBA, than rather than WNBA. I don't think women are athletic. Most of them aren't. There's a couple that are. I don't think they're skillful. I'd rather watch men in sports. Period. And I ain't like that dude last time. He want to be keep looking at their butts and stuff. I ain't into that, man. Dude, like, oh, he's the pretty women. That's another problem. I ain't into that, man. These dudes looking at these women, looking at lusting after their bodies, man. It's pitiful. Y'all pitiful for that. Be real. But I just ain't into women boxing. But like I said, I will watch, but I don't think a lot of people are watching. I mean, it's just never going to be big. The WNBA is never going to be big. I mean, it's only going to be a set number of
Yeah,
people
but
that you
WNBA,
watch.
but at least the WNBA is bigger than women's boxing. Like that shit is a league
It
for
is.
starters. And look
You know
how
they got the NBA
fat. Like
money backing them.
I don't watch nothing, and I know who the fuck whatever that girl name is, Reese. And there's a couple of them.
Caitlin Clark.
Right?
Caitlin Clark.
Ain't
Really
Caitlin
the only
Clark the
one
white girl?
the white girl, she can play. She the only one I watch, honestly. She the only one I watch. Because I really think she can ball. I mean, some of them can, but I just don't watch them. But the WNBA got the NBA money behind them. So they ain't going out of business. You know they're having a squad in Philadelphia in 2030. They already scheduling that far out. They're going to have a Philadelphia team in 2030. So WNBA ain't going nowhere because the NBA ain't going to allow it to go anywhere. But without that NBA money, WNBA be gone. They ain't really putting seats. And without Jake Paul, the women's boxing probably be gone. So you got to give him credit. I mean, really, Ness, if you had your druthers, you ever see a man fight or a woman fight, let's keep it real.
Yeah, nah, for sure, man, because it's guaranteeing us more action, you know, or at least we have better chances of getting a stoppage or something like that. That's why, you know, and Wolf was
All right,
special.
man. Have a good one.
For sure. That's why Ann Wolf was special, man. Man, I missed my interview with Trinidad James. Ain't this some shit? Demo.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Let me step outside. All right. First thing first, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start from the top. Katie Taylor versus Serrano. I mean, I know y'all going for Serrano. You know, everybody would love to see her get it, but at the same time, this to me is like Fury versus Wilder. Like when somebody just got your number, they got your number. That's how I feel about it. I think Katie Taylor, she know how to win. She know how to throw enough punches to win the round, even when the round get a little sticky. So, like, unless Serrano in crazy shape and she can just run over Katie, which I don't see happening, I don't see her winning. Ellie Scottney, Mecado, I don't really know too much about either one of them, so I'm just watching that one. Of course, I'm going for Bumgardner. I feel like what you had said about Derrick James is true. Like Derrick James, his style is kind of the ones, the twos, but taking it in a rhythm that kind of slows you down. But if you go back and look at the Michaela Mayer fight, I feel like that was always her style, and she kind of just changed it up, started going after the power a little bit more. So this gonna take her back to the way she fought. I feel like in the Michaela Mayer fight. So I expect a big performance. Now, Shadeja Green and Savannah Marshall. Oh man, that's tough. That's tough. Savannah Marshall, I feel like she's another one of them that know how to win rounds, especially when you can't hit her and slow her down. She got that ugly movement to where she can get away with a lot of shit. So that's gonna be a tough fight. I'm going with Shadeja because obviously she family of the show. And then with Marshall, is it true that she left her coach, Fury?
Yeah. Yeah, but
Yeah.
people making
So
a big deal. And remember, she probably had to do that because she took the Jake Paul deal. This fight is in America, and Peter Fury got a record. He can't come to America.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, if it's just he can't come there and he training there, it'll be a little bit better. But if she just left her coach fully and wasn't training with him, and she been off with the time off, I feel like she gonna take too many rounds to get her time. And if Shadeja starts a little early, she should be able to win the fight regardless, of how it goes. She just got to start early. Shanika versus Sharetta. I'm from Texas, so we rocking with Sharetta. However it go. I got her winning this fight. She long and rangy. I done seen her work in person one time, and yeah, she sparked men too. So I don't know. I don't know about the other girl. I think I seen her last fight, but yeah, I think this one gonna be a war. I got Sharetta coming out on top of that one. Chantel Cameron, Jessica Camaro. I don't know who the Camaro girl is, but I like Cameron. I ain't gonna lie. She could fight to me. She could fight. When I seen her fight with Katie, I bet like 100, 150 on Katie. So I lost my bread that night. And yeah, ever since then I kind of been watching and going back and looking at a couple of her fights. So I got her winning. And of course I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Ramla, but the Furtado girl, that's gonna be a tough fight. And if Ramla get clipped, we done seen her go out. So I don't know about that one. I'm gonna take Ramla, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the one that is considered the upset on that card. I've never seen Tim Tebow. I couldn't see it while you were sharing because I was on Twitter trying to make sure my shit don't go dark. But I'm gonna have to go back and look. And then Mary Kasamasa. So I'm gonna just be watching that one. Probably finna go back and see what was on there. But yeah, man, I'm excited for. I'm personally one of them that sit down and watch everything. I watch TCL, I watch Pro Box, I watch all that shit. So I'm one of them that's excited for this. I don't think it's gonna do. I think you had under 20 was the lowest on the poll. I didn't vote, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna get up there in numbers for the simple fact you don't have a heavy main or co-main like they did when they had Jake on the. I think was Jake on the undercard or was he the main in that fight? But either way, you having somebody like that is already gonna bring casual eyes, like casual people, just like these last two calls showed you, like. You either come to look for the women because you ain't really looking for skill for the most part, and for the ones that's looking for skill is more hardcore. You know what I'm saying? Like it's more hardcore is watching women boxing than casual fans. So I don't think it's gonna do the numbers, but we'll see. But yeah, man, that's everything. I'm gonna tap back in.
All right, all right. If you're trying to call in and talk some women's boxing, now is the time. Now is the time. We got TB.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
going on, Ness. But yeah, man, I think it's gonna do under 30 mil, or was it 40 mil, which is not bad. It's not a bad thing. I think this is just the start. You know what I mean? Of putting together these major cards. Like this shit don't gotta do 80 or whatever. But yeah, I'm actually excited for this card. I think Amanda needs to get that get back. I rewatched the second fight. I don't know about you, but I don't know how the hell Katie won. Like if you break it down, like the effective aggression, ring generalship, how did she land 100 more, 107 more, whatever it was, and still lose and not hit all those points? I'm like hella confused. Like Katie was on her back foot some of those rounds. Like Amanda was pushing her to the ropes. Like I don't know. I think that cut fucked up her momentum. I think she was just too cautious, which anybody would. That cut was crazy. But yeah, I got Amanda, man. Unless I think if she falls short and she doesn't do what she did in the second fight, shit, they may give it to Katie again. Like, because if that second fight wasn't enough, then I don't know. But I got Amanda regardless.
Okay.
Um, yeah, and then what else? I'm looking at the
You got
what's it
Shadeja
called?
Green versus Savannah Marshall. She only
Oh yeah,
lost to
oh yeah, wait,
Clarissa.
yeah. I'm doing it order.
Oh,
Yeah, I got Green, and then I got Tam. Shout out to my East Africans. I got Ramla. Um, what else? Oh yeah, Alicia, of course. And then what's the other one? Metcalf versus who's she fighting again?
she's fighting Shanika Johnson. Sugar Neeks. Sugar Neeks, the little girl.
I got Met. I got Metcalf.
Me too.
Yes,
Me
sir. So
too.
yeah, man. I think, and also, I think we need to put more respect on the women's boxing. Talking about, oh, we don't watch this shit's ass. Oh, they're not, bro. Okay. We're not gonna get the knockouts. But yo, if I watch a women's basketball game, I'm not looking for dunks and windmills in between the legs. I'm looking at, oh shit, do they
Why?
got?
Why
They
not
know
though?
how,
Hold on. Why not though? Like you trying to play this
bro.
sport.
I'm not.
No, no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no, no,
looking
no.
for that shit,
But they trying to play the sport. That's what they trying to play the sport that we
yeah.
already play, and that's how we play.
Bro,
So why
they're
is your
not gonna get
mind?
that. They're
But
not. You can
but
lower
I'm just trying to
the
figure
rim,
it out. No, you're not hearing my question. Why does your mind say I'm not looking for that because they women?
because no, because I'm looking for the other shit. Okay, the fundamentals, the shooting, all that other shit. Because I know even on a 9 foot rim, they ain't doing between the legs. I know that. I'm telling you, I played at the college level. They not doing that shit, bro. They're not
You
that
mean
athletic
they?
to do that.
Meaning you mean?
So
But when you say they, you talking about women.
yeah, they're not doing that shit. Even if the rim was lower, they're not doing it in between the legs. So we need to be looking at the other shit that they can do great, which is the dribbling, the passing, the shooting. That's
But
why I
why?
watch
But why can't
Taylor.
they do that? I don't understand. Like, why are we accepting that
Bro,
they just can't?
I don't know, bro. I couldn't tell you, bro. The way they're, bro, we have faster twitch muscles, all that other shit, all that science shit. I couldn't tell you. Now they're all women dunking like like a regular tomahawk dunk. Yeah, you could get that, but then the goalpost is gonna move. Oh shit, yo, they're just doing the basic dunk. No, bro, what about the windmill, bro? We gonna just move the goalpost? I was like, so I don't even set that standard. I look at the other shit. When I started watching, I don't know you about. I don't know if you know Skylar Diggins. She used to play for the Irish back in the day.
Nah,
Lil
you know.
Wayne was like fucking with her and shit. Bro, she was cooking shit. I didn't expect her 5'8", 5'6" ass to dunk. She ain't Nate Robinson. So yeah, I think for the women boxing to tie it back, I'm looking at, oh shit, footwork. Oh, she's slipping, she moving. Oh shit. You know what I mean? I'm looking at that. I'm not expecting a knockout. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like even with Alicia, she like that. She she's a little stocky, but she don't got that pop. But I look at other shit, I'm like, damn, her footwork is solid. She got decent hand
Yeah,
speed.
but she's
So I just look
popular
at other.
because of the knockout. Like people waiting for her to knock you out. Like that's why she's popular, and the name represents the knockout.
The bomb, yeah, I know, but I still don't look for. I mean, in general, I don't look for knockouts in women's boxing. If we get it, we get it. But I think as a whole, I think women's boxing could get more attention if we don't put expectations too high. Like I guarantee somebody is gonna call in Saturday and be like, "Oh, man, there was no knockouts. That shit was whack." Like, bro, look at the other shit. You know what I mean? I feel like other than Clarissa,
I mean, I don't know.
Alicia,
I think that, you know, women's boxing are for purists, you know. Men, casuals, they want to see a knockout. And that's why this fight is popular, because even though these girls don't knock each other out, they laying their life on the line, and there's a lot of blood. Television likes
yeah, the
blood.
blood too. We can get blood. We definitely gonna get blood. So I don't think it's that. I don't think it's a bad thing that if we don't get it, I'm not gonna be like mad or nothing. I'll be like, yo, this shit was a solid card. You know what I'm saying? So I think overall it's solid, and I think it's gonna be great. But I think it is gonna do under 30 mil. But I think this is just the start. I don't know if the bell rang. I feel like I've been talking for a
Nah,
minute.
it did. It did. I'm letting you cook. But yeah, I got to get to this guest. Hopefully, he's jumping on. Shit, my
Yes, sir. I
whole
appreciate it,
schedule.
Ness.
Nah, for sure. My whole schedule jumping around. I missed my first guest. Then he was ready, and I'm like, yo, I'm about to have another guest in like 10 minutes. We missed it. He like, I could jump on. I'm like, nah, I don't want to do that in case White Chocolate jump on. Now White Chocolate 8 minutes late. It's like, fuck it, coach, jump on. Huang, Houston. Damn, I think it was Hawk next. My bad.
Yo.
What up, champ?
Man, you know, I really never really got too excited for women's boxing, but lately I have been. Where's King Amin at, man? He's supposed to be your co-host today. This
Yeah, I tried to get him, man. He on the road. I think he got a family trip on the road today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, family come first, man. But nah, you know what? This is a good historic card. I'll be honest, man. Like, I'm starting to think about putting my granddaughter into boxing when she get old enough, because it's starting to gain a lot of popularity, and this is gonna be a historic card. You know what I'm saying? So I usually don't watch women's boxing, but it's growing on me. You know what I'm saying? So I just hope Amanda find. I've been giving it to Amanda, and I don't know if it's because I'm biased, but I gave those other fights to Amanda, both of them. I see how Katie won those, but maybe we're looking at two different things. But
Champ, let me get right back to you. That is Trinidad
yeah. Get up to your
James.
guest.
Yeah, appreciate it. Coach, what's going on? You there? I do not. You got yourself muted. It says you're muted. No, it says you muted yourself. You got to unmute yourself. Yeah, maybe jump out, jump back in then, Coach, because it says you're muted. All right, this is the trainer, Trinidad I keep saying James. Trinidad Garcia. And he's the trainer of what was her name? Well, first of all, he's the trainer of Elia, who's fighting for O'Shea. Champ, you there now?
Can you hear me, Bob?
Yeah, we hear you. How are you? Good morning, Mr. Garcia.
I'm doing good, Ness. How's everything going for you guys over there?
Oh, man, I can't complain. Doing what I love. Getting an opportunity to interview you. Can't complain, man. Apologies about, the time, the issue with the time. And then I had a 10 o'clock. He hasn't showed, so I'm like, fuck it, jump on, Coach. Let's talk some boxing. Obviously, we got this big women's card. You have a few women that are going in title fights. So let's jump right into Elia, man. She's going up against O'Shea Jones. Big fight for her and yourself, man. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
man. What's your thoughts?
it was a fight that's been talked about for before I even got with Elia. Me and Elia, I brought Elia down for sparring before I signed her over a year ago, and it was something I know that was brought up to her for a non-title bout. And we said, it's not time yet. It didn't make any sense to take a fight like that. We believed that O'Shea was going to be a world champion, or we were going to be a world champion before when it was time to fight O'Shea, and we passed on it and got up 4 fights in. Since then, we fought in. I started working with Elia in June, and Elia went on to win the last 4 fights. Moving her up, fighting Chris Newman, who's a former world title challenger, fighting Natasha Spence, who's been in there with everybody, O'Shea to I believe she fought Tam Tibo, who's fighting this weekend. Fought Natasha Spence in her first Tam Tebow's pro debut. They fought in a 4 rounder, 3 minute rounds. You know, Elia, I am excited for her. There's probably not a bigger fan of women's boxing than Elia Carranza. Elia has built herself in the beginning of her career. She was one of those people that were buying her way on cards. Her only loss of her career was in somebody's hometown. She had to take the fight because it was take the fight or not fight at all. I didn't know her at all then. The way I said she came in for sparring for Olivia, but the way I actually got to know Elia was I was trying to get Elia to fight Olivia, probably for almost a year and a half to 2 years,
Hmm.
trying to make that fight, and just
At
the end
what
of
weight?
timing at 160, believe it or not.
So you was trying to get her move up.
Well, no, if you look at Elia's, I think her first 2 fights were as big as 168, 160. Elia's a small one. Elia is not, she's a 154 pounder who can easily be 147. But at that time, not even at that time, it wasn't that long ago. It was when you're doing it by yourself, you go where the fights are gonna go, and you go where you feel like it's not. A lot of women, unfortunately, if you don't have somebody behind you, you don't have management, you don't have all of that, you're kind of taking fights not necessarily the best, right? How many people do you know, like, we make a big deal in men's boxing about moving up in weight classes or moving down in weight classes. If you look at most women, they're moving up and down and sideways and all around just to get fights because there's not a lot of them. And Elia did that in the beginning of her career till she finally got a promoter in M&R, and they were moving her, the right way. And then me and her kind of connected again because I needed more sparring for Olivia, and we just connected. She's literally stayed in my house for 2 weeks with my wife and my kids, and Elia has done the grind and sparring as much as possible and working as much as possible, and coming down to Chicago in the cold is not an easy thing to do. And now she was just up here about 2 weeks ago, or actually that's not true, about a month ago now.
Coach,
And
are you on Wi-Fi or losing battery? You're starting to break up. You might want to jump out again and jump back in. It's getting really
I'll
choppy.
jump back in. I'll jump
Yeah,
back in.
it's very choppy. Hopefully we can get this done. It seemed like he was pulled over too. That's strange. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it still sounds like you're underwater.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna disconnect. Give me a moment.
All right. Well, he said give him a moment, so we will get back to it. All right. He's fast. All right.
How about now, boss?
Perfect.
There we go. I'm like you. I'm a walker, so I go walking everywhere. I do everything. So sometimes I'll walk somewhere and the reception's not the best or whatever. But at
Yeah,
that point, I was in my car.
you just walked into bad reception. Lord, it's like this does they don't want to let us get this interview.
All right, give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
All
How
right.
about now? Hold
Damn,
on.
it's
Give
getting
me,
so
give me a minute.
bad.
I'll be right back. All right,
Whoa. What was that? What was that? All right. Let's get to these super chats first. He's fast. He's back. Let's see. Coach?
Yeah, man. I think we're still breaking up. Are we?
It sounds a little
It
better.
sounds better now. Yeah, it sounds better now. What we were saying about Elia, yeah, I mean the O'Shea Jones thing came back around, exactly the way we kind of saw it happening, and when it did, you know, you don't pass up on world title opportunities too often, and in this case, we understand that it's one of these circumstances, we didn't know how long we were going to be waiting. It's one of those things. And Elliot now, she's on essentially a 9 fight winning streak since her loss, I believe, or give or take. And it's time. It's time for her to make that step and put her name in bigger lights. And we're happy to work with OTX on this and get the opportunity. And Ellie is extremely confident. She's one of the smarter people that I know, especially when it comes to boxing. I expect nothing but a victory.
Were you shocked that the opportunity came back around? Because you guys turned down the opportunity for it being low money. There wasn't a title. And then all of a sudden, the fight comes back for more money and a title. Were you really expecting that when you played hardball in negotiations?
No. I no. Did I expect it to come back? Yes. I 100% expected it to come back. And just by somebody like myself knowing the women's game and also knowing who you're working with. OTX doesn't have the budgets of Matchroom, Top Rank, the big the MVPs of the world. They have lower budgets. And when you're working with lower budgets, you're kind of in their entire, like, you're if you're gonna get a title from OTX, your range of money is not gonna be huge. I don't know if we'll ever have. Has OTX had a male world title fight yet? I
Um,
don't think so.
it depends if you're talking about like one of the four major sanctioning body world champions, like world
Yeah, I think
titles.
the only one they did was O'Shea's,
Yeah.
because unfortunately in women's boxing the money's just so different. And
Mm-hmm.
O'Shea, to the hardcores, everybody knows who O'Shea is. Anybody know who O'Shea is outside of the hardcores? I don't think so. And that's not being disrespectful to O'Shea. That's just the one of the parts of female boxing that's still lacking. It's still lacking, and O'Shea had to take the best opportunity O'Shea had, and signing with OTX and being with Brian Cohen and all that. And I completely get it. She didn't have too many options. Back in the day, if you named a medalist coming out of the Olympics, they had promoters banging at their door. In female boxing, it doesn't happen like that. I mean, even Clarissa Shields, she didn't have all the opportunities that everybody else had coming out of the Olympics. Primarily, in my opinion, because the fact that she was a female. Who wins 2 gold medals and doesn't have every promoter knocking at the door?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it
You
was the
know?
same story for Clarissa.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. And I think that has to do. It's sad to say. I think it's wrong, but I think that has to do with their look. I think people they weren't ready for people to be so loud and open and all that. It's complete bullshit, excuse my language, but they should be able to be who they want to be and still get the accolades, but that's not the world that we live in, unfortunately.
Yeah, I watched Clarissa's movie, and they certainly were
Yep.
insinuating that they wanted her to act more ladylike
Yeah, which,
and
you
not
know,
be so boisterous and confident in her, physically beating on the women. Right? They didn't even want her to say certain words. It was funny.
yeah, 100%. I mean, look at Floyd Mayweather. He had to become the villain to be able to start making the big money. He had to be the villain. He went from Pretty Boy Floyd to Money Mayweather to and he had to become something else for everybody to give him that respect that he deserved, and then he dominated everybody. So it was, it is what it is. But yeah, no, and going back to what you asked me, no, I'm not surprised, because when I looked at the 154-pound landscape, the only other person at 154 pounds that's was a titleist that was actually doing something. And I say that because you have people like Emma Kuzin hasn't fought in 2 years. You have somebody like what is her name all of a sudden? That's how much I can't remember it. The WBC, the other one that has the WBC title, the one Jessica McCaskill beat all of a sudden. I can't
Um,
remember her name.
Cecilia
Cecilia
Baracus.
Breakhouse. Yeah. Now Emma Kuz and Cecilia Breakhouse are fighting for 2 world titles. And I think this is Cecilia Breakhouse's last fight. And I think she's retiring. It
I mean,
says,
they say that
the
every time she fights, though.
ex-
She's been
I know.
retiring
I
since
know.
she fought on the Triple G undercard, I think.
Here's a reality. Jessica McCaskill ruined Cecilia Breakhouse's coming out party. She was not the favorite going in there. Jessica beat her twice. And then Cecilia kind of got left in the cold, because Cecilia was the one that not everybody, I didn't personally think so. I thought Katie and Clarissa were the two biggest things coming. And they try to throw Breakhouse in there on the last HBO fights and try to make it a thing. And then she gets dominated by somebody that wasn't supposed to win, in Jessica. And she lost out on her money opportunity. I mean, she didn't make any money. I mean, Matchroom dropped her after Jessica's fights, right? I mean, she didn't make any money the way somebody of that was considered the best female fighter for so long was supposed to make it. But that's not overly surprising to me. There were the women of this generation, the Amandas, the Katies, the Clarissas, the Alicia Bumgardners of the world, all of them, they made women's boxing why we're having it on these massive platforms, why we're doing all that stuff. Cecilia Breakhouse and them, they were of a different era. The women that are fighting now are athletes. The women of those era were women fighters who you could tell the difference in the athleticism, right? It was just different, and Cecilia Breakhouse never
Well,
made
they
that.
didn't have the pedigree.
Exactly. Yeah. There was no Olympics. There was no nationals for them. There wasn't anything of that nature. It's not their fault, pretty much. It's just it wasn't available to them, for sure. Yeah.
So, man, I had no clue. You had over 100 amateur fights?
Yeah. Throughout, let me see. So I started really, really young. I had like my grandfather started me off boxing. And then after that, like he passed away, and I made a decision that, like, when I was like 19 years old, I made a decision if I was going to do boxing again, I was going to travel. I was going to go to every gym possible to go to in my 1993 Ford Escort at that time, when I was in 2021. And I lived out of my
Escort.
car.
Did you have the big 12-inch woofers in the back?
100% I had 12-inch woofers in the back.
Let's
Hey,
go.
the funniest,
These
the
young boys
funniest
don't know
thing,
nothing about no Escort.
brother, the funniest thing about that Ford Escort is I had roll down windows, but an automatic sunroof. Didn't make any sense whatsoever. I didn't care though. Hey, I rode that thing till the wheels fell off, dude. That car. It was the only Ford that I ever
What
made
year
that
was
was like
yours?
a '93 Ford Escort. '93 Ford Escort.
Hatchback
But
though,
and it was
right? Hatchback.
110% a hatchback. But
Yo,
hey, that car,
those was the shit.
it was the best, man. But I traveled. I ended up living out of my car from like the age of 19. I made a decision. Hey, if I need to go, I need to get more experience because Chicago's amateur scene wasn't a big amateur scene. And I needed to get more. I knew I wanted to turn pro at like 21 years old, but I knew I needed more. So I end up going from Chicago to St. Louis, lived in a buddy of mine's dorm for a month and a half, sparred like all the Spinks guys back then, Corey Spinks and all those guys was literally I remember Devon Alexander when he was like even he wasn't even I want to say he wasn't even pro yet. This is like 2021, 2022. Yeah, he wasn't. And then his brother Von Alexander who's still fighting actually,
You
who
mean
just
you mean 2001, right?
yeah,
Cuz you're saying
2001.
2021.
So I'm sorry, 2001, 2001. I apologize. 2001, 2002 is when I took off. And like, I remember Von Alexander and sparring with all those guys. I left and then I went all the way to Texas and I drove in my little Ford Escort again, left St. Louis, living on a rest stops. I did all that stuff. And in Texas, the thing is that the West Coast, South, West Coast, boxing's different. They take like in like California, they take boxing like it's a religion, right? Like it's not, it's really is like in LA, the Dodgers and then boxing and then it's football, right? It's in whatever else they have and out. So when I went to Texas, we were fighting every like 3 times a week amateur wise, like my last 2 years before I turned pro, but specifically those 9 months living out of my car and stuff, I was sparring. I was sparring every day, but I was fighting 3 times a week as an amateur,
Three
and
times a
then
week.
yeah, easily. Man, Nas,
Whoa.
it was so different back then. USA Boxing now, rightfully so, everything's about safety. They take care of everything, they do all that. Back then was different, Nas. Like we would get on a scale, how much you weigh? 147. How much other guy? 162. That's fine. No big deal. Let's just go. We'll put him in there. Like that's how it was
Mm.
in the amateur game, up until probably 2024, when it finally started to like, they started to clean it up. They started changing the weight classes. It went from 156 to 152. And that's when like Andre Berto and all those guys made a decision that they couldn't make the weight classes anymore, and because they moved it from 147 to 156, and that was too big for some and too small for others. And then yeah, man, I started at the age of 7, and I didn't turn pro till I was
Well, you
21
didn't
years
they move
old.
it from 47 to 52?
47 to 52, but like all those guys that were at 156 couldn't make 152 and they moved it up to 165.
Mm.
And everybody and those guys were in such a flux that there was nothing. And Berto, most of his amateur career was at 152. I'm sorry, at 147 first, and then he moved up to 152, and that was too big for him. Like at that time, so it was different back then, man. I mean, amateur boxing back then, you got away with a lot. I mean, I'm not gonna say what state I was in, but in USA boxing, there were times I wore a red headgear for an hour, and then I put on the blue headgear and fought again under a different
What
name.
the
It
hell?
just, yeah, bro, it's that it happens when they need to fill a show that some charity event wants to do, and and I'm talking about sanctioned events, but that's just it was different back then, man. It was
Yeah.
different in the late '90s and all that, man. But yeah, and that's it's been it,
Man, but you
it's
also
I've
turned
been
pro.
I turned pro at 21 years old. I turned pro. It sounds crazy to think this. I turned pro late for me. I was better at 18, 19 when I actually had it was funny. I was at the Inoue the Inoue card. One of my fighters, Juan Guerra, fought on the Inoue card, and I was there. And top ranks matchmaker, and it's not Todd.
Brad.
What is
Brad.
Brad? Brad Goodman. I'm sitting behind him, and he turns around. And he goes, "You don't even say hello to me." Now, I was 21, 20, 21 back in the day. I barely, he was like, you don't remember. He's like, I put you on. Bet he was like, hey, you should have turned pro at 18, 19 because back then you were on our radar to take a look at because back then they had all those Telefatura cards. And
Mm-hmm.
Telefatura, I turned pro on a Telefatura card on national television on a sold out show. When that doesn't, you don't get those opportunities now, right? As somebody on a pro on their pro debut and all that, but it was smaller cards. And he was like, man, he was like, I always thought you should have turned pro sooner. It is what it is. I ended up having a record of 6-3-3. My power didn't go. I just it wasn't. It was different for me. I think this sounds so weird. I loved the amateur so much. I wanted to be an Olympian so bad. It didn't happen, and I just felt like the next thing to do was to turn professional in boxing, and I did. I came. If you notice, there's a massive gap. I came back my last two fights. I won my last one. I got a draw. The one before that. And the reason I even came back, and it was like 6 years off or 5 years off at that time, I came back was because I have a son with autism. I have now a 16-year-old son with autism. He was diagnosed at 2.5. My just like most people back then, I didn't own a management company. I didn't open up gyms. I didn't do anything like that. I didn't have that education behind me. I didn't have all that. I ended up going back to boxing and raising $25,000. Warriors Boxing, Arthur Spilka, Mike Malo 2 undercard on ESPN. At the White Sox ballpark, and they let me come back after 6 years, and they said, "Hey, we'll give you
Wait,
50%
you
of any
raised 25,000 how?
That's
Ticket
that. I'm coming
sales?
to that. So yes and no. Yeah, yes, ticket sales and sponsorships. But the way for that, normally, and I think you know this. Normally, fighters on a local show, they get tickets and they get like 10-20% of their ticket sales, right? And then they get a purse for that show because it was the first time they ever did it at the White Sox stadium. They didn't they weren't giving out they weren't giving out percentages just because of how much the venue cost them, taxes, so on and so forth. They end up finding out that I was coming back, and I go to them, I'm like, hey, and this is literally 2 months before the fight. I said, hey,
Warriors
give
Boxing
me
is Louis the Cubas, right?
yeah, Louis the Cubist, Leon Margulis,
Margolis.
yeah, Margulis, his
He's
son
everybody's
Zach.
fucking lawyer in the business, huh?
Yes, he is. Yeah. And I go to them and I say, hey, give me 1 week of selling tickets. It's like 2 months before. Give me 1 week. Let me see. And whatever I sell, give me 50% of my tickets. They're like, in one week, that's like all they're going to give you because they're like, we really can't lose money off of these tickets like that. But we'll do it because we know you're trying to raise money for charity. I sold $50,000 worth of tickets in a week. They went ahead and they cut me 25,000, and I bought iPads, Promethean boards, and built sensory rooms for Chicago public schools, for children with autism and special needs. And I end up the funniest part was I raised all that money. I didn't get a purse. I gave it every dime to it. My last two professional fights to special needs charities, and at that point in my life when I came back to boxing after having that break, it wasn't about winning world titles anymore. It was about raising money and doing that. I won my world title by helping out my kid and my kids' schools and other schools that needed it and providing that help and doing stuff like that. That's a big part of what I do all this for is for that. We do special needs classes at my son's school at my gym where all my trainers, professional fighters, professional trainers, all that kind of stuff like that, they just do one-on-ones with the kids. And if the kids want to do boxing, great. If they don't, at least it's somewhere where they can have an outlet and a moment for their parents to take a break. That's what we're all about, man.
That's dope, man. That's dope. I had no
Yeah.
clue that you were that embedded in the sport, man. I'm glad I did the research for our second interview here. But Chicago has a very rich boxing history, and it's often overlooked or overshadowed, should I say, by like New York and Vegas. Golden Boy's coming back with this Oscar Duarte and Kenny Sims fight. As a
I hope.
Chicago, say what?
I hope. I'll be honest with you, bro. I haven't heard about it.
What do you
Like
mean?
in Chicago, look, Chicago's a weird market, bro. And I'm telling you this just off of somebody who has helped with shows for the last 3.5 years, I pretty much match made Bobby hit shows for the last 3.5 to 4 years. Um, I helped with those things. I'm no longer involved with them. I wish them nothing but the best. But like, this market is different, and an arena in Chicago for Kenny Sims and Oscar Torte. I love Kenny. I've known Kenny, his father from Chicago, all that good stuff. I haven't heard of one Chicago fighter being on it. I don't know if they'll sell enough tickets to have this show here. I mean, go on BoxRec. BoxRec, they don't even have it up.
Nah, they don't. They don't.
It's weird, man. It's weird because a lot
Did
of
you reach
promoters
out?
promote.
Did you reach out?
Everybody has like
No, did you
no.
reach out to
Yes,
Golden Boy to
yeah.
offer your services since
Of
you've done?
course, of
Okay.
course. I reached out. I know a couple other people that have reached out, and it's just they're just not. We're not hearing anything, which is real. They're doing pre-sales, but I would be shocked if it actually goes through here. I'm just me being 100%. I would be shocked if they don't move that card to somewhere else.
Mm.
Yeah, I not like everybody in the boxing community. It's a very small community everywhere you go, but in Chicago, it's very small. All of us, none of us, don't we? No promoter heard anything. The last time I heard from the commission, they didn't hear anything. Like, so that's weird to me. But somehow the show's going on here. I don't know. I hope so. I would love it. Me personally, I would love it. They're coming here and they're doing more business. Chicago, going back to what you're saying, New York, Las Vegas, all that. Chicago for many years, even go back to like 2000, 2000 and probably, 2050, it was nonstop. Like, we were having shows all the time, whether that was Telefutura, with Top Rank was here all the time, Golden Boy was here all the time with them. There were ESPN cards here. I mean, and then it just dipped. And then obviously the pandemic didn't help anything, but like, it's really slowed down. And just in the last couple of years, with Bobby kind of making a resurgent back in Chicago boxing again, and him pushing his Bobby Hits Live brand, it's been great, but it should be a lot more. You probably have what, 15, 16, 17 promoters in California, a ton in New York. You just don't get it here. It's a really odd one, even with like somebody like Olivia, who is now on the cusp of going for a world title. We're going to we have a Detroit promoter, in Salidas. Love them. It's been great so far. We haven't fought for them yet, obviously, because we just signed with them. But it's one of these things where
What made you go
it's
with Salida
interesting.
over MVP? They're
I
signing
mean,
everybody. They just signed Ebony
yeah,
Bridges.
yeah. But you notice they didn't sign Franchon Cruz after she beat Shadeja, and they didn't sign Olivia after Olivia was the
They
first one
sent
to
her an
support her.
offer. She didn't accept it. They sent her an offer.
They they send her a fight offer, not a
Yeah.
promotional offer. Like,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's
Hey,
there
man.
is a
Got to
difference.
start
There is a
somewhere.
No, I mean, I get it, but you just beat your star for 2 belts, and you're not going to send her a real offer and offer it to everybody else, because that's what they're doing now. They're building MVP, in my opinion, right now, and there's nothing wrong with it. They're doing what a lot of people do, like a Top Rank would do, is they're signing fighters, they're building them up, they're making them, and then they're pitting them up against each other. In this case, for this card in New York, they're putting them right inside they're putting everybody right inside the mix. I was listening to you guys earlier talk about Shadeja and Marshall, and somebody was like, I think if Shadeja starts off early, that's not who Shadeja is. Shadeja's a counterpuncher. So for us
But she
to sit
can't
here
be
and
a
all,
counterpuncher with a taller, longer girl, especially a
I
girl that
hear
might
you.
match her power. She's going to have to get on the inside, do some
She,
body work. Bro, I'm telling you, I know this girl. I know her. I was in the gym 4 years with this girl before she ever even looked at a television. She's got a crazy double left hook to the body. I don't know why she can't get that gym version of her out. Like, I've seen her spar the dude that went to feds for racketeering, Katsides. I've seen her
yeah.
spar Charles Conwell. Bro, I've seen her spar men,
Here is
real
look. You
men,
you, you don't
and I don't
Ness,
get it. I
you
don't
don't have
fucking
to
get it.
You don't have to preach to me how good we know Shadeja is. I was there. I experienced it up close and personal. Shadeja's a hell of a fighter.
No,
But
but even
even
in
when
the fight
Olivia,
with Olivia, she didn't do
yeah, well
what we
that was
know
the
she's
thing.
capable of doing.
But
I'm hoping because she got back with her old trainer, Coach Terrific. So hopefully, that's
but
what it is.
here's the thing. Here's the thing about it, right? When we were getting prepared for Shadeja, we were like, we're going right at her. She has no gas tank. That was the point. Let's see how much she can
And I
actually
don't know
do
that
when she
it's
has
a
to
I don't
fight.
know that it's a gas tank thing more than a she likes to fight at her pace. She's a cute fighter. She wants to be here and she don't want to be in that war because I watched that fight with Hernandez. I went to that fight live. That wasn't on TV. I went
And
to her
that was
fight.
I that woman was tougher than tough, but that's a whole different story. Yeah.
But that's my
Yeah.
point. She's still, no disrespect. She's still like 4 fucking 10. You're Shadeja Green.
Yeah.
You letting her, you know what I'm saying? You letting her be the bully. You gotta, and I told her that day, like you gotta throw your hands more than that. This was on a club show. On a higher level, you can't let that happen, and it still
You
happened. I hope
You
she
know, you
just
know
get
what's
it out.
crazy though, Nas? I think what happens to a lot of fighters, men and female, they turn pro. In the amateurs, you got what, 3 minutes? You got 3 minutes, 3 rounds, go in there and do what you gotta do. And most trainers will tell you training amateurs, maybe not high end, but amateurs in general in the beginning, you're like, let your hands go, let your hands go, let your hands go. And a lot of people, you'll always hear guys that are ready to turn pro, any guys from the gym, I can't wait to turn pro. I can box a little bit. I don't have to be in a rush. I could take my time a little bit. In the pros, I got 4 rounds. I got 6 rounds. People aren't like, and then all of a sudden they get into the pros and they slow down their pace. Shadeja was a high-end amateur. Shadeja was on those teams with them. Shadeja didn't do that. She didn't fight that style like she's doing right now in the amateurs. But then she turns pro and she slowed down her pace. And now with Savannah, people forget Savannah was a high-end amateur with a very awkward style and can punch. It's gonna be interesting. I find it I
I
find
mean,
it
the good
weird.
thing is she's got 2 years out the ring. She fought
Yeah.
MMA. She's only had one fight since the Clarissa fight. So
Well, you
again,
you know what I
hopefully she
will
could
say about Green?
capitalize.
What I'm gonna say about Green too, though, is all of this to me feels if she doesn't do or look good in this fight, it's gonna come down to can she handle when the bright lights turn on?
No, I
Because
mean, listen, she deals with anxiety. I interviewed her after her
yeah,
first Jake Paul fight, and she admitted to that. She's like, bro, I wasn't
yeah,
even the main event, and there was already like 30,000 people in that Tampa arena.
yeah,
So
but that's something in this sports game. It's means so much. The minute those lights turn on, there's not much you can really do, man. But going back, what we were talking about, yeah. So we end up signing with Salidas. Um, I think it's the best thing right now. We're
three
fighting
fight deal.
a 3 fight deal, a 4 fight deal, actually, a 4 fight deal with Salidas. With the first fight being against Kay Scott out of Australia. They consider her like a legendary trailblazer of women's boxing in Australia. Supposed to be this massively decorated amateur at one point, but then she ended up in her second fight. She fought Dulcie Robinson, who currently is the IBF and WBO world champion at 160 pounds, in her second fight and beat her. And Dulcie has a ton of experience. She's fought she's fought multiple world champions, current world champions right now, and she ended up but Kay Scott beat her. And then Kay Scott went back down and started fighting in 6 rounders, then fought Dulcie Robinson again and lost, I believe. She's like 4-1, I believe, Kay Scott. And being in touch with Salidas and Mark Taffet had a lot to do with making this all happen. And a big thank you to him, and to be able to get us this world title shot opportunity for the vacant WBA and WBC world title against Kay Scott. It looks like it's going to take place in September. We're just waiting on the official date. It looks like it's going to probably be in New York City. Um, in Times Square, not the Times Square Turkey Yellow Sheik Times Square, but in Times Square. You know what I'm saying? We we're not playing that game. What's it called? But and yeah, and then after that, I think I believe Tam Tebow this weekend is mandatory. This fight is for the WB to be for the number one spot for the WBA eliminator after this. So if when we beat K Scott, Tam Tebow's gonna be right there. What I'm gonna say is this. Everybody keeps talking to me about MVP and how come we didn't sign with MVP and how come we didn't jump on that. I don't think they wanted us. And I think they didn't want us because we ruined a plan, or we started to ruin a plan with Shadeja. And that wasn't, and we didn't win. I'm the first person to say that. We didn't win the fight. We were lucky if we won 2 rounds. But like at the end of the day, I think it started something there to the point where I remember when Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight got announced. I sent a message to Mike Leonardi. I have it. I have it screenshot, right? Where I put on there and I said, you know what? I'm like, why don't we put Franchon versus Olivia? You guys have to have options on Franchon, and we could put him on there with Green getting a title shot at the winner. It's a win-win for you. He literally responded 5 seconds later and said, if it's up to me, I'll never see Franchon, I'll never see Olivia Curry again. That was it. Right? I mean, but the belts are
I
going to be
guess
on
it's
this side of
because
the.
they made her look bad.
Yeah.
Shadeja didn't
But
look as good as they wanted. She was going for this Terminator thing, and those two girls stood up to the power.
yeah, and it's just, and that's fine, so be it. And then she gets dropped in her first fight back at the Franchon, right? I think I'm dying to see if Marshall can take Shadeja's power, because Shadeja has real power. I'm not one to say that's not the case. I want to see how quick Shadeja can
Got a call. If you
she can
watch it,
start.
okay.
If she could start, then I think Shadeja can possibly beat Marshall. But that's a tall task, man. It's a tall task in front of you for sure.
For me, man, again, I was in the gym with her in New Jersey in Passaic for
But
4
how long ago
years.
was that, Ness? How long
Oh,
ago was that?
years ago. Years ago.
Years ago. Different person,
No, no, no,
different
no,
fighter.
no. It's
Come
still
on,
the
man.
same. It's
Years
still the
passed.
same. It's still the same trainer. Like, you know,
No,
um,
I don't doubt that. I
I
don't
think
doubt
she
that. Like
I
I'm
think she lost the trainer after the big win with Roos. And she went back
that
to her like first old school trainer that was always there. Now Coach Terrific is back. Um, I hope that makes the difference, because he's the one that had a sparring man. He's the one that would push her to be more aggressive. But
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 that's what
but
she
but
needs.
not for nothing. She she was with him when she fought. She was with Terrific when she fought us. She was with Terrific when she fought Franchon.
Nah, I don't think for the Franchon fight.
What was that?
I don't think for the Franchon fight. I don't want to text
What?
him again because he said he in the gym with
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
But I
a
don't
hundred
think for the
percent. I'm
Franchon
positive.
fight.
He was. Yes, yes, yes. Terrific was in the corner for the Franchon fight. It was him and Kendall Holt's father, and all of a sudden I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
Was in the corner with her too, and it wasn't until she went on to fight Natasha Spence did she go ahead and she fought Natasha Spence, and she got dropped in that fight. Which it is what it is. I wouldn't even. It was kind of a off balance, but she got dropped in that one. And she was with a new guy, and then there was another new guy, and now you're telling me she's back with this guy, which is great. But like, you know, age has something to do with it. I really do believe that as we start to get older as fighters, you want to slow the pace down, and I think Shadeja. I don't know what new you're gonna show her because she's off that back foot. She's not a come forward fighter. And that's
Yeah. No, she's
did you
not.
used to see her come forward?
She's not. She's not. She's a
Yeah, and
counterpuncher, But again, I've
that's why I'm
seen her
surprised they
come
haven't put her in
forward,
3 minutes.
I've seen her come forward.
But then put her in 3 minutes. If you're a counterpuncher, wouldn't she be the best example of putting at 3 minute rounds? Because she'll get the best out of her ability at 3 minutes. They're putting everybody else in 3 minutes. They're putting Tam Tebow in three. And why not put Shadeja in threes?
I mean,
But
are you
now
gonna put her in 3 in this fight? Does it suit her
in three.
better?
I mean, look, at this point, I mean, you would say no, it doesn't suit her better, but neither has Marshall hasn't done it either.
I think it suits her better in the physical fight, but again, oh my God, her mom listens to the show. They're gonna hate me, but again, it's here. It's
Yes, no,
here.
I
It's a
agree. To
mental
have
thing. It's a mental thing.
to,
Cause yeah, if they do 3 minutes, Shadeja should be able to dog walk her because she's more of a fucking dog. I've seen her with like world-class men.
no, I don't doubt it. When Olivia was getting ready for that fight, we might have been the only people on the planet that ever told her to go at a knockout puncher. Go right at her. Stand right in front of her. She's not going to be able to go more than 4 or 5 rounds with something in the tank. And she didn't. I mean, not that she didn't. She still won. She still did what she's supposed to do. But when you think about it, it's one of these things where it's too. She needs time to pick you apart. At least that's what it looks like. I understand what you see in the gym. What I saw in person, the last couple fights on TV, was her needing to develop more, right? Her needs to becoming more. But yeah,
So you
so
got
I want to go.
Savannah decision.
Yeah, I think I got Savannah by decision, bro. I think I got Savannah by decision.
I know
I
I'm
think
picking with my heart. She's a plus 400 underdog, but I gotta
I
ride
mean,
with her,
look,
man. I need her to get a motherfucking set of rules knockout so they could compare her to Ann Wolf, man. Because if you knock out Savannah Marshall, that's it. The power is
yeah,
real. You
I
are a
agree,
threat.
but Savannah Marshall, like we need to like look. Savannah Marshall is this is not like we're acting like she's not this skilled ex world champion who
Yeah.
still gave Clarissa fits from time to time within that fight. She's been in there with everybody. I mean, like, what are we talking about? Come on,
Savannah's,
bro.
what you
Hold
talking
on.
about,
Time out.
amateurs? You talking about
Time out. No,
amateurs?
I'm talking about pros. Time out.
Yeah,
Here,
I'm not really
hey,
feeling Savannah's
Ness,
resume at the
Ness.
pros.
I beg to. How can you say it? Okay, here, look. Before, she fought Femke, right? Hermans. She fought
Hamas,
Hermans,
yeah.
ex world champion. Hold on,
Okay.
ex world champion. Okay. Then we go from her to I don't have
Savannah.
it in order.
Savannah.
What
I mean, to Clarissa. That's
to
it.
Clarissa. Then
That's
she
it.
beat who? No, hold on. What do you mean that's it? She
Yeah,
beat
because then she fought
Franchon.
Franchon, but that's what I'm saying. Like, only thing she got over Shadeja is the Clarissa fight, which is a loss. Savannah got the Franchon fight, which is a win, but it's the same experience. She got the Seta Roos knockout, which
Come
is
on, man.
better than the
No, hold on.
Hermaz.
Time out. Losing to Clarissa.
Franchon.
No. Hold on. No. I'm going to talk about Marshall for a minute.
Okay.
Marshall losing to Clarissa was the equivalent of Canelo losing to Floyd Mayweather. Okay, we would say if Clarissa is the
Okay.
GOAT, which in my
Okay.
opinion, okay, it's the equivalent of it. Okay, it's the equivalent of losing. Then she goes on and dominates the next world champion that she has in Franchon Cruz. I'm not. What I'm saying is that you can gain mass amount of experience
In a loss.
by losing and lose, and that's exactly what. And that I'll be honest with you, that's what I'm putting my money on with Olivia. Olivia went in there with Green, saw what that looked like, felt what that looked like. You got the experience now. We got to move on. We got to keep on going, and now we're gonna fight for 2 world titles at our weight class at 160, and let's see what happens. But in the sense of Marshall, I think Marshall's experience of being in there with Clarissa is always going to put her on top than anything Green has done.
No, for
Like we
sure.
can't. Yeah. So for me, now Styles makes fights. I'm the first person to say that. But for me, that experience, like Marshall won some rounds against Clarissa. She had her moments
I
in that
mean,
Clarissa fight.
one, maybe 2 rounds.
Okay,
One, maybe two.
one, maybe 2 rounds. But if you were, and now sparring and fighting is different. If you were in the ring with a I don't who cares, a Floyd Mayweather, for example, and you go 10 rounds of Floyd and you win 2 rounds, let me explain to you what I'm banking my money on.
Nah, for
I
sure.
want 2 rounds. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's where all this kind of comes into play. And I do believe, like, I know I've said this. I've said this out loud to people. I've sat there, like, I remember in one of Olivia's fights early on, and we went to Terrence Crawford's camp. And Terrence was like, girl, you were in one of the best shapes I've seen somebody in, blah, blah. And right before the fight, I said, you're in better shape than anybody else. The best in the world know you're in better shape. When you, then all of a sudden, your mentality was like, yeah, that's right, I am better, right? If I'm in Marshall's corner, be like, you've been in with the best. This ain't the best.
Yeah, but Clarissa
It's
don't punch. Clarissa don't punch like Shadeja. See, all that shit gonna go out the window when you get punched in the face.
No, you're right, but Shadeja doesn't move like Clarissa.
You right.
Like,
But
and that's
we
where it comes
banking
into play.
on you
Of
ain't gotta
course, of course,
move if you
of
punching
course.
somebody, cause they not that pace gonna change. You know, yeah, she's a come forward girl throwing punches, but if she's getting hit with the same shit she throwing, she might think different. That's the same thing
No,
with
I mean,
Cepeda. I'm expecting
you,
Cepeda to get hit with clean, accurate shots, and his
here,
output slows down because it's like I can't keep letting my hands go. I'm being countered, and
the
Shadeja's a
100%. Like,
counter puncher with
yeah,
power.
but but here's the difference. Shakur Stevenson counters you with 3 or 4 punches at a time. Shadeja
Yes,
counters you with maybe one, maybe two.
yes.
Maybe one, maybe two. And that's where the difference lies. And here's the kicker. That length of Marshall, that awkward European length that she got, it's gonna take a minute to counter that. It just is. And I don't know if somebody who's perfected it like Marshall is going to have too many problems because she's seen this. And because she's never had a puncher like Green, but she's seen it. You feel me?
No, another trainer just texted me and said, "You're stubborn. I told you years ago."
I'm
Everybody
not.
got listen, it's okay. I was there 4 years. I seen so much. It's like, you
But
know,
that's a
there's
different
always gonna
person.
be bad fights.
No, but
But
I'm
she
just
got it
saying.
in her. She got it in her to give us that one good night. I know
I
that
yo,
maybe she lost it with the set of Roos. Maybe that was her night. Maybe that big knockdown was her shining moment. But I know in that body, she's got more nights like that. She just got to get them out.
here, and this is not what I'm saying about Shadeja. I actually like Shadeja. Me and her have messaged each other back and forth. It's not what I'm saying this, but you hear this. And any coach, anybody wants to get on that chat and say the same thing. There are good There are good fighters and there are great gym fighters. Which one did you see her fight in? The gym? You saw her fight in the beginning of her career. That now I'm not saying sometimes you'll see better sparring than in the beginning of your career from the sense of opponents,
Yeah,
right?
but again, Roos was a former world champ. That's a great win. That was a shining moment. So there still can be that. Like, yes, everything after that was on
How
a
many
higher
fights ago
level.
was that, Nas? How
I
many fights
know.
ago was that?
I know.
How many? How
But
it
people
was
said that about
almost
Keith Thurman. He was one
yeah. I
time,
mean,
then they want to make him sometimes, but he just knocked out Brock Jarvis, foreign
yeah, I
country.
mean, look, yeah. And who in the hell is Brad Jarvis? You know, like I'm not being like, come on, man. And that's not me being disrespectful.
Damn.
It's just you're naming people that none of us know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not like you're talking about Celarus, and I'm like, you brought up Celarus's name
Okay,
more
but
than anybody else I've heard of.
Thurman took off and came back and beat Barrios. 2-3 year
Yeah,
layoff.
okay, yes, you're right. How long ago was that?
You killing me.
Yes, come on, man.
You
You can't.
killing me.
Hey, I see you do this to people all the time. Don't try to sit here and all of a sudden now, because it's the truth. I'm not saying nothing but the facts behind it. It's like Celarus was a great win at the time. She beat Celarus. It was like, wow, she beat a former world champion who just fought for undisputed in Franchon right before. But if you look at Celarus, bro, and I say this just because I'm so invested in women's boxing myself that there are just different like any like
So
with guys there are
Olivia
levels.
beat Setarus?
Yes, tomorrow.
Make that
No,
fight. Make that
Olivia, I
fight.
would love to, bro.
That would
If
be the
Celarus wasn't
biggest name on
retired,
her resume.
if she wasn't retired, I would fight her tomorrow,
Damn, she
right? Like,
retired?
She retired. Yeah, she ain't fighting no more, bro.
Damn.
Look, those like the Belarus of the world and all that. Who Belarus? Look, let me ask you a question, Ness. Who did Belarus fight prior to Franchon? Can you
Prior
name
to
one?
Franchon, nah.
Yeah, no. Don't click on it. We're getting what's it called? Don't look at the
I
computer,
said
bro.
prior to. I can't prior to
You can't
Franchon.
because nobody knew who the hell Belarus was. You
She
know
was a
what I'm saying?
Viking warrior. Viking
Yeah,
warrior.
no. But hold on. You brought up Iris Hernandez. She fought her twice. Belarus fought Iris Hernandez twice. If
Tough
I'm right,
girl.
I'm not.
Iris
You're
fought
tough.
everybody. Or isn't it
I know
Isaias or some shit like that? I don't know. She
we
fought
were
everybody.
we were 2 seconds away from fighting her. We were literally like I was sending the contract. She was supposed to
Exactly.
fight in a
And Shadeja fought her 13 years ago.
yeah 13 years ago. The Shadeja that you remember ain't.
2019.
But the Shadeja you remember ain't the Shadeja that's here today. The
You'll
lights
see
got bright.
Saturday. You'll see Friday, coach. She's back.
Well, I mean, look. I know you like you look. I'm not. I
Listen,
get it.
listen. It's only Fran Sean. Like,
This is
okay,
a New Jersey thing,
Olivia
right?
did
Hey,
better.
this is a New
Olivia did
Jersey
better
thing,
than,
guys.
huh?
Is this a New Jersey thing? You just feel like you gotta go with the New Jersey factor. I
No, I
feel the
mean I was in
fandom
the
coming
gym
out.
with her. If it was a New Jersey thing, it wouldn't be like that. It's more because I've watched her. I've
Ness,
seen her do
I'm feeling,
things.
I'm feeling more fan coming from you than
No,
I
I've seen
feel
her do
expert.
things, man.
No,
I've seen her do
yeah,
things.
yeah,
She
but
just
you're like,
gotta
how do I explain it? Like I used
unlock
to
it.
have, look, do you know who the trainer Sam Colonna is out of Chicago?
No.
Sam Colonna started Galata. He did all this
Okay.
stuff. He's probably one of the more well-known trainers in the city of Chicago. You know what he used to say this to me all the time because I used to train at the old Windy City boxing gym. Out of they filmed the Ali movie, Will Smith there, all this and that. And he used to go to me all the time because he used to bring me in for sparring for a bunch of guys. When I was an amateur and just about ready to turn pro, he was like, "Damn it, Trinidad! If I can take Jim Trinidad into a fight, it'd be a whole different thing."
Oh
Jim,
man.
it's the truth. Like, look, and again, I don't know.
Let me
I
open this
think that
door.
it's one.
I can still
I
hear you.
just
Go
think
ahead,
it's
coach.
one. I
Go.
think it's just one of these things that you're talking about Jim Shadeja. You after you saw Jim Shadeja fight, after you saw Jim Shadeja fight against Iris Hernandez, you had things to tell her. Hey, you need
Yes.
to do this. Hey, you got to be a little
Yes.
more aggressive. You didn't tell her that shit in the gym. You thought she was spot on. Like you are a killer here. Who you are in the gym and who you are on fight night are two completely different people. There's a
Yeah,
mentality
but then
behind
we
it.
see then we seen that like okay, you know you could give Olivia as much credit as you want, but she ain't win more than 2 rounds.
No, hey yo,
So
I am
so
the
so
first person.
same thing for Natasha. Okay, Natasha got a knockdown. Everybody gets a flash knockdown. Tito Trinidad went down how many times? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She also
Well,
didn't win that many rounds. So it's like she's still winning.
but my look, I'm gonna
She
go
just
back
ain't
because
looking
I
like a
you
Terminator. And that
you
was
and
the
you
same thing
and
that
me.
happened with Keith. It's like he went
That
from
you and
one
I can go
time
back and
to
forth about this
sometimes.
topic for an hour about Shadeja. And again, I wish her nothing but the best. I want her to succeed because the more she succeeds, the better we look. I'm being honest. That's just the way that ends up looking on paper, okay? But what I'm concerned about now is September, getting the everybody gets on forget it's a unified world title fight that we're fighting for two belts, two of the big four for Olivia. Get those. My number one concentration is 2 weeks from now with Elia beating O'Shea Jones and and moving and keep on moving on with her career because there's gonna be a lot of women at 147 moving up to 54 soon enough. Michaela Mayer is always big in the sense of like she could probably fight all the way up to 160 eventually. Michaela's just a big woman, and like we're concentrating on these fights right now, but like the future fights, yeah, like Olivia, we win these two belts, we have options. Right, we have options because we all know MVP is going to be wanting Tam to be a world champion. And they will be probably, if I'm right, Tam wins this weekend and becomes, and becomes becomes somebody's mandatory after Olivia's fight. And then we'll kind of see what happens. But Clarissa's there. You never know when Clarissa's going to decide to move down. There's no money at the higher weight classes. there's exciting fights up there. There are great fighters up there, but outside of 168 and down, who knows when Clarissa's gonna come down? My dream, in my opinion, for Olivia is we win these two fights, and then the best part about being with Salinas is they have Franchon Cruz, and I've been wanting the Franchon versus Olivia fight. I had Ak and Barack were at our hotel after Olivia lost to Franchon. Not Franchon. I apologize to Shadeja in Dallas. And they go, the next fight you should make is Franchon versus Olivia because Olivia's going to beat her. And that's the fight I want after this, but we need to get past and get our 160-pound belt. Then we'll move up to 168 and beat Franchon. Then we'll be two division unified in two weight classes. There's a plan behind all of it. Now it's just about getting there, man. And and kind of keep on moving. You
I
got
gotta,
me out here sweating. I've been doing circles talking about Shadeja and her gym wars with you. You know what I mean? You
I
you
got
out
a
you
couple
out here.
questions from the
Yes,
people.
please.
We got Malcolm in New York. He says, "What's your thoughts on if belts matter in boxing?"
They do. No matter how we, at least financially in the beginning, if you're not a like there's only one person I can remember in recent time who never had a world title who matters and who can make money in boxing, and that was Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia has not won a world title. But Ryan Garcia matters. But that's because of his social media and what he does for everything else outside of boxing, right? So do I think it matters? Yes, because if you don't have one of the belts, no one's looking at you. No one's calling out for you. Everybody, even at the weight classes that people are still trying to figure out and stuff like that, they look at the world champions. So yeah, those four titles mean a lot. They mean a lot for finances. They mean a lot for that. I mean, look at everybody Jake Paul and them just signed. They signed world champions. They didn't. They signed some non-world champions so that they can have opponents. What Jake did is he got opponents and he got champions, and now they're having them fight each other.
Yeah, and they're making history. This is the most world
A
titles on
hundred
a
percent.
fight.
I was fourth row for the Katie Taylor Amanda Serrano 1 fight. I was fourth row for that fight, and that was the best fight I've ever been to live. Period, men or women. Live by far in Madison Square Garden. I was fourth row for it. It was the best fight I've ever seen live, the best event, the best everything. I had no skin in the game, just straight up watching the skill set of them. It was phenomenal. It was a great time. It was a great time. And I think and you guys were doing the poll earlier, I think it's gonna be about 30,000 to 40 million watching. I'm sorry, 30 million to 40 million or so. That's what I predict in this. I know I've heard more buzz about this one than I did about the first two, but I think that has to do with it being on Netflix and them having that such a massive platform. I think it's for however anybody wants to feel about MVP and Jake Paul, he's doing right by them with this. And the same thing with Salinas now. I think they have 8 or 9 women now, and they're starting to see that and they're starting to understand that. And to be able to get a real contract from a promoter with real numbers on there fighting for a world title is refreshing. It was nice to see that from like a Salinas. And you're looking at this contract, you're like, wow, okay. Like they're treating us the way I would expect a male to be treated at this point. Right? And
That's
and,
good
and
to
that's all
hear
you really
because
ask for.
there's a lot of Salida fighters disgruntled. Jarrell Big Baby Miller was ecstatic to get out of his contract. Michelle Rivera is looking to get out of his contract. There's been plenty of Salida fighters that aren't happy. Shadeja turned down numerous Salida contracts. So I'm just happy that you guys are happy over there because, we don't want to
Yeah,
have a
you know,
situation where you're not, and then it's like, oh, we wish we could be with someone else, but we're stuck in this Salida contract.
yeah, no, that's not at all. It's how we're feeling about it. We want to be on the forefront of this movement, and there are just like when you look at Matchroom now, look at Boxer now. What happened? What happened to? I mean, Sky Nichols, great. Who else? They signed another one or two people, but I'm not even seeing the movement that the investment that they made inside of women's
They
boxing.
couldn't
And
make
some
it
of these
work,
reps,
though. They couldn't make it work. It looks like MVP has found a way to make women's boxing work for them.
Well,
financially. You gotta look at it that way. Matchroom
yeah,
stopped signing, and I mean Ebony just signed to MVP, which was a former Matchroom fighter.
yeah.
Um, Ramla, so many girls are with MVP now, and I
I
think it's
mean, yeah,
also
you're absolutely right.
competition, right? You got Eddie Hearns who didn't even bid for Alicia Bumgardner's fight, so she walked away.
Yeah,
And that was
yeah.
an
I mean,
undisputed champ. That's disrespectful. I don't know. I mean, there's obviously business there, but that's pretty strange that you don't even bid for an undisputed fight.
I don't know if he didn't want to deal with what was going on with the allegations that were going on with her, and it might be one of those things like, hey,
Yeah,
if
but
I
you dealt
drop,
with that. You dealt with that with Dillian White. You've dealt with it with so many men in Matchroom. Alexander Povetkin. I mean, there's just so
yeah.
many names in Matchroom that have tested. I don't know. It didn't make sense. But since we're talking PDs and boxing, what were your thoughts? I mean, not thoughts because that was a long time ago. But Ryan Garcia's Ostarine scandal kind of rocked the boxing world and brought awareness to PDs. What would be like the one thing you would try to change to clean it up?
It's really funny. I think I've been in rooms where they got in the calls where they have to go get the test and they have to do this. There's too many switching of hands here. There's too many. Everybody's responsible for something, right? If you're gonna do a national drug testing program, let's make sure there's national centers that they can go to. You walk in, you go take you walk in, somebody watches you, you take blood or you take a piss and you call it a day. Like it's not as complicated as everybody's making it to be. I think when you have an event that relies on a Ryan Garcia, when you have an event that relies on some of these bigger name fighters in general, I think that because those organizations are paid for by who? The promoter, right? Who pays for these? The promoter
The
pays for it.
promoter.
So when all of a sudden you call the promoter that we can't get a hold of Mr. Garcia, well, the promoters be like, well, I pay you, keep on looking for him. And then you find him after 6 hours after he was notified. It's easier to get away with stuff. It's just like there is, and it's easier for the promoter to keep on giving people excuses. Be like, yeah, give them a day or do this and do that. This isn't complicated. Like I've been around sports my whole life. I've seen college athletes get tested. They get tested. You give it to them. You call it a day. I'm not saying that none of them don't get away with that. I'm not saying these guys are not on steroids. But look at the severity even in other sports now. You got like baseball after they went through their massive scandal, 15 years ago. Now these guys, they get popped. They're gone for 84 games, right? Like there needs to be
Penalties. We need stricter
penalty. Well,
penalties for
look, I mean,
sure.
this goes down to something that been talked about since the 90s, a national commission, right? Somebody to overlook everything.
No,
There's
I'm with you. We
too,
need a
it's just,
BBSC right here. The BBSC takes
yes,
care of the whole United Kingdom and even some other countries. So
yes,
you're
yeah, they take care of
absolutely
other
right. A
countries as well.
universal commission is what is needed. That's the
I
issue.
mean,
That state to state is different. This state
oh
uses
man, state to state
instant
is wild.
replay. This state lets you rap a certain way. It's crazy, man.
I mean, even from the smaller aspects of like state to state, one people tell you can't use this gauze. The next people tell you can't use these gloves. This other person tells you that. I had some states are astronomically strict on one thing. I mean, I remember, and that's a long time ago, and it's cleaned up since. I'll name the state because they don't watch, and I only say that because it's Indiana. They don't watch nothing. So Indiana. In Indiana, I remember when this is how long ago this was. This was in like 2005, 2006, 2007. I remember us waiting because Illinois, a commission's there to watch you wrap your hands, right? Wrap your hands every step of the way. They're turning sideways, up and down. Next thing you know, in Indiana, they were like, yeah, no big deal. Like, I'm like, do you need somebody to watch us wrap your hands? No. Don't worry about it. I'm like, what do
Damn.
you mean don't worry about it? I sent somebody from my team to go watch the other guy wrap his hands. Like, because at that point, you're like, you don't know. And it's just, there's too many state by state rules. This isn't rocket science. We're
Yeah.
not. We're not out here, trying to be medical doctors. We're out here trying to box. Nobody said you need to go to college for this. It's common sense, for sure.
I got Ali and Dago that says, "What up, Trinidad? Who do you think wins these fights? Canelo versus Crawford and Haney versus Brian Norman Jr."
Man, I had to be about 3 years ago. We went down to Omaha. We spent some time out there. Had a fighter that was training with Bo Mack and their guys named Caleb Hernandez, and he was out there with their camp. And it's the first time I was able to see Crawford live, sparring, training for a couple days. There is a mentality to these superstars because he's a superstar. Let's don't get it wrong. He's definitely a superstar. And I saw it when Canelo and him were doing their media too. It's almost like there's nothing that I can't beat you at. Like I would watch him, I think something just came out online where he was wrestling with somebody and flipping them around and doing this and that. His competitive nature is at a different level than anybody else's. Like Terrence Crawford's competitive nature might get him past Canelo Alvarez. Now, Canelo, when I'm watching him talk, because Canelo to me, and I'm Mexican, so I'm allowed to say this. Canelo got that fuck you Mexican in him. Like he reminds me of every really mad uncle that whoop your ass regardless of what happens. That's what Canelo reminds me of. Because Canelo, he doesn't believe anything anybody's gonna say to him. Like Canelo doesn't until he feels it, he doesn't believe it. Like, and I think that's what gets like in his head, Canelo's like, what is a 147 pounder gonna do to me? I really do believe that. I think he thinks
But
himself.
you
I've
think
been in there
he's
with Bivol.
approaching it that way? Because it's
No,
like,
of course
if
not.
you're going
I don't
into it,
think.
like,
I
what
don't
is he
think you
gonna
get.
do? Are you gonna take camp seriously?
Well, here's the thing. I think he goes into camp doing everything that he's ever done. But him doing everything that he ever done is still better than 99.9% of most people. And training and doing that, I just don't. I think Canelo. I'm gonna have to lean towards Canelo in the fight. I want Crawford to win. It's a cop out. I think he
know,
goes into
but
camp
I'm sorry.
doing.
Playback,
And
my
I
bad.
just no, you're good. I just think that the size is gonna make a difference here. That's the only thing I can think that can really make the because if Crawford can't hurt Canelo, Canelo's gonna walk him down and eventually get to him. Like I just and Crawford tends to, lean back with both hands up and he'll take some shots. You can't really do that against a Canelo. We saw what Canelo did to Smith and that arm. You let Canelo ram away at your arms and doing that and taking that aspect away, all Crawford's speed and all that could go away in that fight. But Crawford's a different animal, man. I really think I would have to go 60-40 going towards Canelo's way, just based upon the experience. I just and the his lackadaisical, like not approach to the fight, mentality to it. Like you got to prove it to me before you beat me. Does that make sense?
For sure. The next one is from Teresa in Ohio. He says, "What's the most challenging aspects of running a gym?"
Whoo. What kind of gym do you want to own? Do you want a gym that makes money or do you want a gym that you train fighters at? I think
Well, yours is both, right? From what I'm
both.
reading, it's white collar and
It's everything,
professionals.
brother. Yeah,
How many
I
square feet you got?
7,000 square feet.
God damn, you balling, man. That's
I
fire.
have I have it's 2 floors. So if you actually go to my gym, I have everything from like I have a massive chandelier over my ring. Like I'm talking about like flown in from a different country chandelier installed into my above my ring when I did it 8 years ago. And the reason why was because a lot of the smokers, amateur smokers back in the day, would be at these men's clubs and all that kind of stuff like that. And you would be there and guys are smoking cigars, smoke, and it's up to your freaking eyes and you're fighting. It didn't matter what shape you were in. You were probably going to have asthma directly after the thing was over, you know? And I was looking at it, I was like, man, but you know what? It brings a different element. It brought, like, I'm a family man first. I'm a businessman. I'm a trainer. Family man's always first. Everything else comes second for me. But when we were looking at it, and I was like, I need something inviting. How am I gonna get the moms, the the businessmen to walk into my ring? Into my gym. How am I gonna get those people where it doesn't? Because most real boxing gyms are intimidating to walk into.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if Freddie Roach wasn't Freddie Roach, walking into the wild card gym, ain't nobody want to go into that place with like their carpet on the ground and it's soaking wet. But because Manny and because Freddie's done what Freddie's done, he gets those everyday people that are willing to like, I'm gonna be part of the grind. Man, I'm trying to make money. I am not doing that, right? Like I have real fighters, but that's the real fighters came to me start coming to me for me to train them and manage them because I was a real fighter. All of my trainers in my gym, I have Ronnie Jalomo, who's 7-0 with 4 knockouts. He's been a trainer. He's worked for me for 5 years. I have Jordan Jackson, who's 6-0, who's doing TCL right now, who he works for me, borderline lives with me from time to time. I have Olivia, like all of my people will work with everybody. But that's why when I have worked with promoters in the state of Chicago, and it's why you see like a lot of Bobby Hits cards on a lot of these guys' things, is because I have a hub. I'm in an area where, for a gym membership by me, it's 190 a month, right? Like it's not it's not cheap. It's $1,000 for a 10 pack of one-on-ones. Like, but my neighborhood allows that to be. But I'm bringing a community together, and all those people sell tickets. All those people buy tickets from us, and we're able to push. My guy Ronnie Jalomo. Although I want to get him a fight out of Chicago soon. Again, he fought in Miami at one point. He pushes on a bad fight card. He pushes 350 tickets any promoter is going to be happy with 350 tickets, right? Like, but he will push on a bad day 350. Like with my gym, it's making sure that everybody has a place that they can come. When you think about like Ali back in the day. And you think about the Ali movie, you would see kids coming up and running and sitting by the ring and watching their favorite fighter come. You see women sitting there with their kids and doing that. That's what I want to bring back, that 1950s, 1960 feel. So when you walk into my gym, everybody's welcome. I just don't want the fighters. I want the fighter's brother. I want the fighter's mother. I want the dad. I want everybody. I want everybody to come and sign up and have a good time and feel invited and all that. I've kicked people out of my gym for being stupid, for being, racist, or being sexist, or having that. I don't play that. Like, we cut it right the minute it walks in the door. You want that? Your money's not good here then, right? Like, it's bringing boxing back, man. Like, we always talk about, like, boxing in its heyday was what, the 70s, Sugar Ray Leonard, 80s, 80-ish, when Leonard and Duran and all those guys. Like, I want that. I want that back. And that's the reason I do what I do at my gym. We have a whole strength and conditioning ward on the whole lower level. And so, like, my top level of my gym is 4,000 square feet, where it's 2 boxing rings, 18 heavy bags, 2 speed bags, bathroom. Then you go downstairs and we have a whole lower level, whole another 3,000 square feet of 3 showers, 3 bathrooms, astroturf, weightlifting. All of our people do strength and conditioning. We put them through it, man. That's, but we're able to give that atmosphere that fighters can be right next to your mom and dad, basically.
Coach, those are all the questions. Actually, I got one more here from Treese. That other one was from Rule. Excuse me. This one says, "What's your thoughts on bare knuckle boxing?"
You know, bare knuckle boxing to me, look, there is so many different things when it comes to bare knuckle boxing. It's not my thing, man. Like at this point, like the fighters that are actually doing it now, you got like guys like Paul Manaji that is doing it again. Coming up, Austin Trout did it. I think there are some cool aspects, but I mean, it's fighting, but it's not boxing, man. I don't know. I'm not a big MMA person. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm a boxing guy. Like, that is what I do. And like, and now bare knuckle is not MMA, but it sure in hell looks like it to me. Like, it all looks. It's not. It's tough. You got to be tough, but like in boxing, tough isn't enough, right? Like, so you go to bare knuckle boxing because you could be tougher than somebody, and that's all you really need. And I don't think there's much to bare knuckle boxing to me. It's just not my thing, man. I don't want to shit on anybody that does it. More power to you, but that's not my cup of tea.
All right. Well, Coach, give out your social media in case anybody wants to follow you or get a hold of you. And thank you again for coming on the show. We appreciate you.
No problem, man. I appreciate you, man. It's my social media on IG, Trin 1202. Trin Garcia, I'm sorry, TrinGarcia 1202, or Unanimous Fighters on Instagram as well. We also have Unanimous Boxing Gym. But Unanimous Fighters, you'll get all your up-to-date information from about all my fighters that are signed and so on and so forth. Big things are coming. I know there's new promoters coming to the city of Chicago. Can't really say too much more about that, but I know there is. And we're going to have a lot more shows, a lot more stuff kind of going on in general, dipping my toe. And I've been matchmaking for a while now, but I'm kind of gonna get official with it a little bit, start helping out and start doing a couple different things with a couple bigger promoters throughout the city.
All right, Coach. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Ness. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for your time, brother.
Thank you. There you
You
have it,
guys have a good
ladies
one.
and gentlemen. Trinidad Garcia, head trainer of Elia Carazana and Olivia Curry and others. We're actually going to go straight into another interview. We got Kevin Newman, who fought on that Black Prime card scheduled for 8:30, 11:30 Eastern. We'll take a phone call in between that time. Looks like on Discord we got Treese, Ohio.
Yow.
What up?
What up, though? What up, though? Shout out to Coach, man. Trinidad Garcia. You had Ness, I ain't gonna lie, bro. You had me you had me rattled for a second there. I kept hearing you saying James. I'm like, Trinidad James, what the fuck? The
But
rapper?
that
I'm
was
like, what the
before
fuck?
he came on, right? It wasn't during the
Yeah,
interview.
no, yeah, it was before. It was before for
Yeah.
sure. It was definitely before. But when you said it, you had me. I'm like, damn, what the fuck? Like my nigga got a fight coming up on Misfits or something. Like, what are you doing? Like, I'm like, what the fuck? But no, but that was a good interview, man. That was an in-depth interview. I had a different question in there at first. I had just swapped him out because I ain't gonna lie, he covered everything I needed to hear with that. He got me nervous, gang. I'm not gonna lie, Coach. He got me nervous as shit about that Golden Boy card. I didn't like to hear his.
Yeah.
I didn't like to hear that, bro.
No, and he right.
I was
He
talking
right.
about going to that.
While he's saying it, I'm Googling. I can't find nothing, bro.
That shit, I didn't like to hear that. I'm like, damn. I had plans on going to that, Is that your guess?
Let me see. I don't know yet. Let's see here. We got, yes, it is.
Okay, well I'll jump back on there. Shout out to Kevin Newman. Can't wait to hear him.
All right, Mr. Newman, what's going on, champ?
Ness, what's up, my brother? How you doing?
All good, man. Let's jump straight into it. You know I watched the fight. Yeah, man, what would you give yourself in terms of letter grade, man? You just fought July 5th, or was it actually the 4th?
It was a 5th.
Okay.
I give myself a B, man. It was a cool fight. I felt like I should have got him out of there a little earlier, but I got him out of there. That was all that really mattered. You know what I'm saying? And didn't take no punishment in the process.
So I'm watching it, and you had me a little nervous. Not for that fight, but for future fights. I'm like, okay, Kevin is holding a little bit too much and allowing Jones to work on the inside in these clinches. So in my mind, I'm replacing Jones with like a Lester Martinez. These names that people have been throwing your way, and that these offers that been coming. So it's like, I don't know if that style's gonna work with a Lester. You letting him hit you on the body like that. Occasionally you had your head turned like in the clinch, and this guy hit you in the head.
Right.
I'm like, man, do he have to get a little more active?
He knew how to. He kind of knew how to like like maneuver in the clinch. But styles make fights. You know what I'm saying? And you box guys, certain ways. So with him, he couldn't punch. I wasn't too worried about being in the clinch with him. You know what I'm saying? So it was just like, okay, we're here. And I'll rest a little bit and then get back out to working on the outside.
So at times, like you was using the jab, but it wasn't
Yeah.
like you were coming behind it. It was more like, oh, you hurt your hand?
What'd you say?
You hurt your hand?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm
Oh
good.
man. So it wasn't like you was coming behind, it was more like you was flicking it. Like I like to say
Yeah.
you was looking cute versus going out there to get the kill. Again, were you trying to get rounds? Were you just filling them out? What was like the game plan or the mindset in the fight?
I mean, it was so for this fight particularly, it was just me because Roy couldn't make it. So I was kind of like, we had kind of talked before, and I just kind of went out there and kind of did what he told me to do in spots, not rush, not rush nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's 8 rounds, so it was like I knew I was gonna get him. It was just about winning, just kind of setting it up. You know what I'm saying? Because yeah, you could go out there and you could blast the guy out, but at the end of the day, you got to still go out there and work on certain things. You know what I'm saying? And it's like because when you get those bigger fights, you're not going to be able to just go in there and blast them guys out. You got to go in there and break a guy down and then take him apart. You know what I'm saying? So that was kind of what I did with him. I feel like I should have did it probably in like the fifth round. Actually, like the fifth round, fifth, sixth round, I felt like he should have been gone, but I got him in the seventh. So you know,
The right hand was landing pretty
yeah.
easy. Did you feel that way? Uh, yeah, I mean, was it just something that was available, or do you feel that came because of you setting it up?
I mean, it felt like his arms were a little longer than mine. I think he was a little longer than I expected. Pause. Like his arms were longer, so it was a little tough to get to him with the right hand. But once I finally found the range with the jab, and it wasn't nothing for me to hit him. So I talked to a couple people. I was like, okay, I'm gonna work the body a little bit, break him down, and then once I start touching him, I could just find him whenever I wanted to.
So this is now what, 7 straight fights in a row, 7 fight
Yeah.
win streak. What do you think is next? And yeah, how did you feel fighting in that state? Was that new
I
for
mean, it
you?
was.
What's that? Louisville, right?
No, that was in Shreveport.
Shreveport, my bad.
Yeah,
Louisiana.
Louisiana. Yeah. So it was cool, man. I've been fighting on the road a lot these last few years. So since I left Mayweather Promotions, because when I was with them, it was all for the most part Vegas or I think I fought in like Arizona one time and LA I was supposed to fight one time, but for the most part I've been on the road. So it's cool, man. It's cool to get out and fight in different areas and make new fans and stuff like that. But as far as what's next for me, I got some big coming up in October. So, we're working towards that now.
A fight or an announcement?
Well, it's a bigger fight. It's a bigger fight. So yeah, yeah. So something that will once it's fully put together, then I'll jump back on and we'll talk about it for sure.
For sure, man. That's
Yeah.
great news. So, how this fight come about? Was this something that you worked out on your own with Tibo and Shamar, or is this a Devin Haney DHP situation? How'd you get on this card?
It was just more like a last minute thing. So I kind of took this fight on it's like 4.5 weeks notice. You know what I'm saying? I'm always in the gym. I'm always training. I'm always working. But I got reached out to by Peebo and me and Dev spoke and I'm like, look, man, he offered me this. So I'm like, he's like, let's do it. He was like, let's just stay active. Dev was like, the main things for you right now is to stay active, stay busy. So I'm like, okay, cool. So, I took the fight and the rest is history.
Now, a former DHP stablemate just signed to Golden Boy Amari Jones.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Amari linking up with Golden Boy? And is that something you would consider since it seems like Devin is now kind of focused on his career? Is it time, because of the time is ticking, like, do you think you need to maybe pivot?
I mean, no, I mean, I feel like, everybody has to do what's best for them. You know what I'm saying? And that was the move that, Amari felt that was best for him. So, he's his own man at the end of the day. Um, and right now, I mean, I got I got options, so Dev is working with me, DHP, we got our thing going on. Obviously I fought on Jake Paul's car, one of his cars. I got Roy, working with me. So it's just like I've also talked to Pro Box. So it's like whatever makes the most sense, that's what we're willing to do. But as far as, of course I'm loyal to my people. Dev's been, putting money behind me, of course he's my brother, he's believing in me and willing to keep me busy. So and also willing to get me bigger opportunities. So it's like, we just gonna keep on moving forward, and just kind of see what we can make shake. But as far as the next one, it will be Roy Jones that's doing this one for me.
So your nickname is the Second Coming. Does that reflect
Yeah.
like the journey from LA to Vegas, or like where does the nickname come
So
from?
so there was a commercial, I don't know if you remember, back in like '07, '08ish. It was like I remember watching it when I was a kid, and I seen like it was like Kobe, LeBron, Paul Pierce, and they were all coming off of the this jet airplane, and it was like the song was called like the Second Coming. It was like the second coming of all the great players. You know what I'm saying? And it was a whole bunch of them that were on the Olympic team, if I'm not mistaken, around that time. And I mean, it was just like I felt like it was just fitting for me. I feel like I'm the second coming of another great fighter, and that's I just kind of just stuck with it and rock with it.
How long have you been in Vegas? Because honestly, I didn't even know you was from LA.
Yeah, I've been in Vegas since I came out here when I was 10 years old.
Damn. Okay, so
Yeah,
you a lost vegan for sure.
yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
still have like LA friends or no?
Yeah, LA friends from elementary school. A few of them, actually quite a few of them, family. I got family all over, family in the Bay Area, family in LA, family in Kansas City. So, yeah, I still got my people all around.
What part of LA you grew up in?
Well, I grew up right outside of LA, so West Covina.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah.
So this next fight will potentially be in October.
Yeah.
In your mind, obviously you can't talk about the details, but is it official, which means you can start camp, or is it something that you have to wait to see to know what to do with the body physically?
No, it's something that was already talked about before this fight. I already knew I had this fight coming up beforehand, and they've been getting all the paperwork done and the flyers and stuff, and then this guy has to go take care of his business, and then once he does that, then we should be locking in and announcing everything.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man. I mean, what's up with you and Roy? Like, can you count on him if it's a big name? Do you just call him in when it's a big name? How's the training work between the two of you?
No, everything's good. I mean, I did training camp fully with Roy. We were in Pensacola the whole time. He had like it was something in Turkey he had to go to for it was like a boxing event that he already had on the schedule. And I got this fight last minute. It was already, he was already going, and I'm like, he trusts my ability and stuff like that for that particular fight. If it's a bigger fight, Roy's never he hadn't missed none of my fights, but excuse me. But if it was a bigger fight, then of course, he's there. We talked about it, and he was like, man, I tried to get out of this one. He's like, they wouldn't let me. He's like, so, but the next, he's like, I'm not gonna miss no more. So I wasn't too worried about it.
What are some of the benefits with being with Roy and DHP? Like, how's that been for your career, and what's been the upside?
I mean, everybody, knows it, and knows each other and is familiar. Dev and BH used to work with Roy when Dev was a kid. So, everybody's familiar with each other. It's all positive. And at the end of the day, they all the individuals involved, they have my best interest. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and they push me, you know what I'm saying? So it's like Dev, he's not, he's my biggest critic, just like I'm my biggest critic, and so is Roy. So it's like they all make sure that they continue to push me, towards where I want to get to.
Speaking of Dev, man, he took that fight with Brian Norman,
Yes.
the killer, the puncher, man. What's your thoughts on that? Did you
Yeah.
expect that? Did you know about, the situation before it was announced, or did it come out of left field like, damn, Dev fighting a fucking puncher?
No, I knew about it. I knew about it. You know, me and Dev, and we talk about everything. So I knew, and he knows I'm rocking with him 100%. You know, and just like he's rocking with me 100% against anybody. So it's like, you know, I believe in his skills, man. You know, skills pay the bills in this game, and yeah, Brian Norman, he has some momentum. You know, he just came off probably with his knockout of the year. But you know, Dev is he's been in there with punchers. He's been in there with guys that could box, guys that could bang. You know, so it's nothing new to him. And I think that you know you guys are gonna see the best Devin Haney come November.
Will we see the best version of you come October? This will be your third fight this year. You haven't
Yeah,
really been able to get that type of level of activity in years, bro. I
exactly,
mean, I don't even think I can find 3 fights. Okay, 2019 you had 3.
exactly.
That's the last time you
Yeah,
had
yeah.
3 straight fights in a year, champ.
And the more active I am, you know, the better it's gonna be. So it's like the activity is why I hurried up and took this middle fight. And I actually had one lined up for August 16th, but it just wasn't worth the risk of going to do that. And then I have this bigger one in October. So, but activity is the key, man. You know, it's like that's what it is for me right now. And you know, the more active I am, the better I'm gonna be out. So but for me, October, I feel like everybody's gonna see the best version of me that they ever seen.
For sure, man. 3 fights in 1 year, that's
Yeah,
definitely a blessing.
for sure.
How has it been on the body though? You've already had 2 training camps. Are you feeling good for this next one?
Yeah, I feel great, man. I mean, my body, I keep myself in good shape. You know, I'm always running. I think right after my last fight, I end up running like a total of 30 miles like the following week after the fight. So it's like I was just running yesterday, matter of fact. So it's like I'm always keeping myself in great shape, man. And staying in the gym, just working on small things. I'm not in the gym constantly sparring, just beating my body down, but I'm always in the gym working on something, you know. So it's like that's the key. I think that's the key is to callousing your body, you know, but sometimes the mind needs a little bit of rest. So, you know, I'm giving myself, you know, a few days, a week or so or whatever, and then I'll be right back in the gym.
I got Ali and Dago, San Diego. He says, "What up, Kevin? Are you looking for a title shot soon?" I'm listening, champ. Let me just open this door for the dog.
No, you good. Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely, man. I feel like, you know, it's like I'm in my prime right now. So, of course, the necessary steps have to be taken to get there. But definitely, you know, I'd be crazy not to be looking for a title shot at this point in my career. So, you know, but you just take one fight at a time, and you know, keep knocking guys off, and then hopefully they call your name.
This fight in October, where would it put, like, what sanctioning body would you be ranked in if you got the win?
WBA.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So
yeah. So
you're looking at a future Plant fight if you get the win, because obviously it's Plant then Canelo, or are you looking straight at a Canelo fight? And do you think
I'm
that's even
looking,
possible?
I'm looking at whoever's in front of me, man. So if you in front of me,
No,
and
I'm just adding to that other question from San Diego, who said, "Are you looking at a title shot soon?" So that's why I
okay.
asked which sanctioning body. Now we know the sanctioning body. We know the 2 champions there. I actually
No, but
Resendiz,
but
Plant
Resendez,
lost.
yeah, exactly,
Yeah,
exactly, yeah.
Resendiz, Plant
So
lost, and Canelo.
yeah, so I mean, you know, I've been you know, talking to some of my people at PBC. So, you know, maybe we might be able to line something up later down the line. I know Plant has he has a rematch clause with the Resendez kid. I don't know if he's gonna take it or not, but I mean, any of them guys, you know, Plant, Charlo, uh Resendez, any of them guys, shit, hell, even Boo Boo over at PBC, you know, any of them guys, I'm with
Wait
it,
a
you know.
minute. You said even Boo Boo. Don't nobody call Andre out. What? What? What do you
Hey,
see?
hold on. And that's the problem. See, that's the
Oh
thing, man.
shit!
It's
You
like,
might have to jump out, jump back in, champ. We losing you. Like your service is sounding like you're underwater.
hold on.
Damn, Tip about to be happy, boy. That man said, Boo Boo Andrade. Tip, where you at? Tip must have did some voodoo this morning. You back?
There you go. For that working.
Still underwater.
Is that, it's to say, is it my service or?
I don't know if it's the service. Can you try to like Maybe go to airplane mode for 15 seconds and then back so it could get off the Wi-Fi or reconnect to the Wi-Fi. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. It's going to help with the visibility. If you're on X Spaces Quest, I see you. You next up. Hit that retweet. If you're watching on X Live streaming video, hit that retweet. Okay, Tip, I see you. I see. He said, tell him, say it again. Hey, man, we about to dive into it. His service. That's boxing for you. Boxing guy was like, oh, he said boo-boo. Blah, 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 fucked up his phone. They don't want boo-boo to get that fight. But that's dope. We never hear nobody call out boo-boo. James Payne Lethal, I see you. Let's see, is it going to work? You back?
How about that? That
Yes,
work?
that worked.
Okay, cool. But yeah, man, any of these guys, Ness, any of these guys,
Yeah,
man.
but
I know
why
nobody
Boo
calling out
Boo?
Boo Boo.
Like, I thought Boo Boo was this like tricky southpaw fighter. Nobody wanted to
Yeah,
fight.
yeah. And I think that's the thing, man. It's like, yeah, I mean, nobody, you don't hear nobody calling out Boo Boo, but it's like, I'm willing to fight any of them guys, man. Boo Boo's that he's a hell of a fighter. He's a guy that's been avoided for most of the prime years of his career. You know what I'm saying? Athletic, tricky, awkward southpaw. You know, not an easy fight for anybody. But shit, if he's there, he's available. Of course, I'm with it. You know,
How do you beat him? Is it
I
you
mean,
just outboxing him, or is it you got that natural 68 power and he's a 54-pounder moving up? Over after all, you're just naturally bigger. Like, how do you see that win?
I think it's of course it's boxing skills. I think that he has hell of a set of boxing skills as well. I feel like I'm the faster fighter, the younger fighter, the fresher fighter, and my reflexes, my speed. People still haven't seen the best version of me yet, and that's the thing. But the better fighters that I'm in the ring with, the more it brings out. So it's like that's the difference. You've seen the best of Boo Boo. You've seen the best of Caleb Plant. You've seen the best of Charlo. You haven't seen the best of me yet. And I think that, so I think I'll shock a lot of people when I do get my opportunity.
Speaking of opportunities, I don't know if this is someone on your radar or you looking, again, since you're looking for a world title. But Darius Fulgham just had a great fight with Beck the Bully. He came up short.
Yeah.
Darius is in your division. He's with Golden Boy. If they sent you an offer, is that something you would entertain? And have you ever considered this fight with Darius?
I never considered it, but I mean, if it's something that, that they send and it's something solid, then yeah, of course, why not? I mean, we're all in the same weight class, so I'm not opposed to fighting anybody. You know what I'm saying? It's like, as long as it makes sense, and it's the right opportunity, yeah, let's, I'm with whatever, man.
I got Kevin from Washington State, a.k.a. El Consejero. He says, how do you take care of your mental health, especially before a fight? I want to add, have you dealt with depression in your career just because you've been at it so long? You ain't get that Canelo fight or that world championship fight. Have you had to deal with depression? How do you not go full blown? You know what I'm saying? Some of these fighters, we starting to see that it's getting to them. How have you been able to stay sane and not let it get to you?
Great question, man. That's a hell of a question. First and foremost, God, man. I mean, of course, yeah, we all go through it, man. And I've been through it. Trust me. When I tell you I've been through it, you look up, you look in the mirror, you can beat these guys, you belong where you feel like you belong. You haven't got the opportunity yet. You haven't been active like you want to be, but for me, it's like I look at myself in the mirror, I just keep praying and I just keep working. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, of course, but I've definitely battled certain things, and it's like, but I don't turn to drugs or alcohol. I just keep working. I keep working, man. I keep my head down, I keep praying, I keep working. And I mean, I feel like eventually it'll all turn over. But as far as battling like mental health before fights, absolutely. I had fought on Showbox, my last fight on Showbox 2020. I was fighting some kid, Polana, and I lost on a decision. But leading up to that fight, man, I had so many different things going on in my life at the time that were mentally I just was not okay. You know what I'm saying? But as a fighter, I just went in there and just, shit, you go out there and you do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like we all have excuses, but it's like at the end of the day, it's like no one cares. Everybody cares about what you're doing tonight. And so moving forward, I just learned how to navigate through that and put all those distractions to the side and just focus on, tunnel vision, focus and tunnel vision. But definitely, yeah, that stuff will creep in your head, but you just got to work through it, man. Got to work through it.
Amen, man. First and foremost, like you said, first is God. So salute to you. I
Appreciate it.
have Treese in Toledo, Ohio. He says you fought in multiple weight classes. Which one do you
Yeah.
think has more money fights for you, and how do you think Edgar will look this weekend?
So everybody, I see people, they go on my box record and they see that I fought at cruiserweight and like heavyweight. I never fought at cruiserweight. What happened is
He just got a call, but that's your time to smash the thumbs up. He's back. What up, champ? Uh-oh, he dropped off. All
my bad.
right.
Someone was calling me. Yeah, no. It says I fought at multiple different weight classes, but I haven't. All my fights have been super middleweight or right, like two, maybe 2, 3 pounds above it. But they bill it as those weight classes because what ends up happening is I got to hurry up and drink, 4, 5, 6 pounds on before I hit the scale. Because if not, these guys come in heavier. If not, then they
You
won't
can't
let us
have no
fight. You know what
fight.
I'm saying? Yeah, they won't. There won't be no fight. But I mean, as far as Edgar, I personally think Edgar's gonna win. You know, me and him, we've had our little, shit throughout the years, but that doesn't deter the fact that I think that I think he's gonna win. He's gonna win. I don't think Shiraz has had you know, enough tough fights. I'm not saying that Berlanga has, but he just fought Canelo. And he's I think it just might just be this might be his night on Saturday.
Nice. We got Major Meter. He says, besides boxing, what other sports are you good in?
Let me tell it. I'm good at basketball. I can, I can hoop, man. I can hoop a little bit. So I always play basketball all through high school.
Champ, you
Um,
going to the fight?
yeah, I think I'm gonna go out to New York. Dev want me to come with him to his press conference, and then I think we're gonna go to the fight.
No, 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 no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just automatically assume everybody knows the fight means the fight. Canelo Crawford here in Vegas.
Oh yeah. I should be at that, man. Yeah, I should
Okay.
be at that, man.
Well, if you
Yeah, I'm gonna
change
pop
your
my hood
mind,
up.
I'm having a gigantic fight party again. You're more than welcome to
Okay.
come. You do
Yeah, no.
gotta
If
check in with me and let me know because it is I'm gonna have a certain numbered amount of
I got
people because of capacity.
okay, yeah. If I don't go, I'll pull up for sure.
For sure.
Yeah,
I
I'll
got
pull up.
another one here from Quick from Seattle. What up, champ? I recently got some work and learn from your man's Andrew Murphy at our
Yeah,
gym, 509 Boxing in Eastern
yeah,
Washington, when he came home to get a workout. Any chance
yeah.
you'll
'Cause,
be at Legends August 8th for his next fight? Best of luck
I'm
with
gonna.
you. Excuse me. Best of luck with your next one. Rooting for you. Put Ness on game about your boy. He's nice.
Yeah. Andrew Murphy, man, kid from Yakima, Washington. He's one of Roy's fighters. He lives in Pensacola. I think he's 10-0 right now with 8 knockouts. Good fighter, man. Good fighter. Super middleweight. He's a good looking kid. He's gonna I think he's gonna do big things, man. He just got to stay busy and stay active. But I'm gonna try and make it out to his fight August 8th. But I should be starting training camp around that time for my next one.
Nice, nice. I'm happy that you got a fight and a date. Like, how long has it been since you had a date this far out that you know to get
Man,
ready for? That's
yeah, it's
beautiful,
it's been
man.
a minute, man. It's like, but this is what I've been praying for, man. It's like, I
Amen.
mean, like, bro, I didn't had days and nights where I just hit that ground, man, hit the pavement, just asking God, man, just please, just give me opportunity, and just keep me going, man, and it just, and it's finally, I feel like it's finally happening for me, you know what I'm saying? So it's just like I just got to take advantage of it. That's the main thing, is to take advantage of it.
I gotta ask, and I hope this isn't too personal. How do you get your wife to understand? Cause it's been
You know,
years and she's in this grind with you. You even got a kid that's loving the sport. I've
yeah,
watched him go to the gym and it looks like he wants to be like you and take up
yeah.
after you. So how do you keep the family not only rooted, but keep them like on the plan? Like, yo, don't worry, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's funny you said that, man. She's my girl is she's one of a kind, man. She really supports me. Of course, women, yeah, they'll nag and they'll be women, but as far as support goes with my boxing, she's always believed in me. She's always picking me up, always pushing me. Babe, don't eat that, or don't do this, or you do this, go, make sure you're doing this. She keeps me on my P's and Q's, you know what I'm saying? And she believes in me and sees the vision. And she was just going through box rec after my fight, right? And she's clicking on names because she'll study my opponent. She watches all this stuff, and she goes and
That's
she was looking
dope.
on box rec. Yeah, like she'll she's always wants to know who I'm fighting, and she'll go look them up. Same thing with my mother. But she was clicking on names and she was like, wait, she was like, no, like you're really about to have a big fight soon. And because she's looking at the super middleweight rankings and she
Mm-hmm.
sees where I'm at and stuff like that. And she was like, shit. She was like, no, this is really about to happen. So she believes in me, man. And at my highest that she's been with me so far, she's been rocking me. And even at the lowest, when it felt like shit was damn near all over, she was still rock with me. So, it's important to have a partner that pushes you and believes in you, 100%, and they try and make you better, for sure.
I mean, you made it more about her being official, so you didn't have to give her any words of encouragement. I mean, for those fighters out there that are in your situation,
Yeah.
how do you keep your partner on your side for this journey? Like, what words of wisdom can you give those fighters to be able to talk to their ladies to understand it's a long road? It's not
Yeah,
it's
it
not a
is,
race, it's a marathon.
for sure. And I've told her that before, and it's like, I'm like, I'm right there, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, but at the same time, you have to have someone that sees the same vision that you see, even when it's hard to see that vision. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you don't ever want to be begging nobody like, oh, please, I'm no, it's not that, but it's like if they support you, you're gonna know, and like I said, things might not it might be tough, might financially it might be tough or whatever the case may be, but you got a good person when they're willing to hold you down, through that whole storm that may be coming, or that you may be going through. But I mean, like I said, man, she's from day one. It was like when I was with Mayweather Promotions, like she was cool with being with me at all my stuff, and then when it slowed down, she was cool with me going with me to fight in Georgia, driving from from like Pensacola or whatever to all the way to Georgia, 6 hours to follow me with our newborn baby in the car all the way to come watch me fight. She's flown all around, like she's with it, man. She's with it 100%. So it's really finding that person that really has your back, and that's down for you. But of course, you guys got to talk through everything, and just because you may not be at a certain point in your career where you want to be, you kind of got to you can't take that out on them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you gotta just y'all gotta meet each other halfway and just work with each other. That's the main thing for sure.
Nah, man, absolutely. I got Devin from San Ann, California. I remember you said that you feel like you should have got the plant fight. Were you surprised he got whooped by Resendiz? Was a 10-1 underdog. What did you think of the fight?
I felt like the selfish part of me felt like I should have got the plant fight, and being in Vegas and everybody knowing who we are and our past history of us, boxing and being in the gym, and so many different people was like, man, like that should have, y'all should have been fighting. It was like, I mean, of course, we got mutual people between us, and we got the Andre Wards. I know he would have loved to see that. He would have came out. You got Floyd, who's seen us spar in the gym multiple times. James Toney, Roy Jones, all these guys that like us as fighters, and that shown support to us. I think it would have been a dope thing. But as far as the fight itself, I mean, it definitely shocked me because I was like leading up to the fight, I'm watching the fight with Dev, and I'm telling him like, Charlo don't got a chance versus Plant. You know what I'm saying? Like before the fight, I'm like, Plant. I know how hard of a worker that Caleb is. You know what I'm saying? And how serious of a guy he is when it comes to boxing. But when I seen the fight after the first round, I'm like, hold up, this ain't looking. Because I'm telling Dev, I'm like, Plant gonna smoke this kid, and then he gonna whoop on Charlo. You know what I'm saying? But after that first round, I'm like, okay, this shit here looking a little shit. This shit's looking okay. Maybe something is going on in the second round. I'm like, oh, this is food. And I end up posting that on my story, and hella people was like blowing it up. They was like taking to it. But in my mind, I'm like, me personally, when I'm watching the fight, I always felt like I would beat Caleb just based off of, just that's how I feel like. I feel like I could beat anybody, especially when I'm at my best, on my best. When I'm on my shit, I don't feel like anybody can do anything with me. But I was just looking, I'm like, man, like I would have, if this would have been me, I don't think the fight goes the distance, personally, And
Now you
on
and
that
Resendiz
on
have a
that night,
different style though. Resendiz,
me and
he's
Resendez
a
have a different style, but
relentless body puncher in that fight.
but Caleb was so hittable. You got to understand, and Resendez's speed is nowhere near mine. His timing is nowhere near mine, and it's like, I feel like, yeah, it's different. It's a different style, but I know how to hit you when you least expect it. That's the difference. My shit you don't see coming with Resendez. It's all straight ahead. You get to deal with what's in front of you. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, but styles make fights, and hats off to Resendez. He got the job done. It wasn't me in there fighting him. So like I said, I think they gotta do it again.
For sure, man. That was a great fight. That was a
Yeah, it was
great
great fun.
fight. Shocked us
But but
too.
but but Caleb's tough, man. Don't get me wrong, because he was getting hit with some hellacious body shots. He was getting hit with some big shots in the fight. He weathered that whole storm. And so hats off to both them guys.
For sure. We got Ruin a 504. He says, "How were the boxing fans in Louisiana?"
It was cool, man. It was they I don't think they get much boxing down in that area. So, when you go out there and you perform and you do certain things, and they were shocked that even by like the outfits that like myself and a couple other fighters had on,
Yeah, you had
and
the Michael Jackson outfit.
yeah, man, that's my thing, right? That's been my thing since 2019, man. I've done Michael Jackson, my favorite artist. As a kid, I mean, Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to dance like Michael Jackson, all type of stuff. So I kind of, started like doing like paying homage to him with different through different fights. So it's like, I did Thriller in October of 2019, and then I did Rock with You after that. I did um a few other ones, and the last one I did was the Billie Jean one. So I'm just kind of and then I did Roy Jones Jr.'s Trunks. So I did a homage to Roy too. So it's just like the guys that I look up to, and that I kind of, I guess, idolize, if you will. I just pay homage to them guys, man. So the next one's gonna be dope though. It's gonna be a good one.
That's what's up. I got Chapo from Virginia. He says, "What's your thoughts on the Roy Jones and Floyd Mayweather beef?"
Oh man,
But
you know,
he's talking about the recent, Floyd and Roy was going at it, and then Floyd started watching all Roy's knockouts on
yeah,
his big screen.
I think, man, like, you know, Roy's one of the guys that paved the way for Floyd, because Floyd was coming up right behind Roy. And yeah, I think that they're both legends. Um, and so Roy's my guy. I've known Floyd since I was a kid. Obviously, I was promoted by him. Um, and I just think that, man, I think that, you know, these are two legendary fighters, that Roy wasn't, when I seen Roy did the interview where he was talking about to Andre Ward about the Sugar Ray Leonard fight. And Roy didn't tear, he didn't tear Floyd down. You know what I'm saying? He said he felt like Sugar would win. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, I feel like, it's these guys, yeah, they're retired. But it's like, you don't want to, you don't, in my opinion, you don't tear down the legends that come before you that paved the way for you, and that's my opinion. But they're both men, and shit, you just never know. You never know. You might see them two guys in the ring with each other after this. So you just never know. I
I
know
mean, you be with
RJ.
Roy, man. He
Yeah.
looked like a 200-pounder.
Listen, Roy can still throw them things, man. And
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking
what
about they.
weight is it gonna happen at?
I don't. I would that honestly, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm just speaking. But I know Floyd is getting a little older, and he's put on a little weight himself. But they doing all these exhibitions nowadays. You never know what you might see out there.
Mm-hmm.
So but those are both legendary fighters, man. And I hate to see that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? When it could be a situation where Floyd pays homage to Roy and they give each other their credit, and I know how good of a guy Roy is. And I'm not gonna speak on here about, certain things, but I know how good of a guy that Roy truly is when it comes to even a guy like Floyd and other fighters. So I just hate to see shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
it is what it is.
I got Z Pacino from St. Louis. He says, "Congrats on the win. What was the most challenging thing you faced during your boxing journey?"
Man, that's a good question. There's been a lot, but inactivity, man, and I think like, that's been the toughest thing for me to deal with is that inactivity. It's like, you see guys on TV and I never get envious or jealous of anybody. I clap for everybody that gets their opportunity, that gets their time, but feeling like, you know, you should be in a certain spot. But it's all up to me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and every time I go out there, I just keep that as fuel, and I go out there and just keep performing and going out there and taking care of my business. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's where I'm at right now, especially mentally. But I mean, it's like I said, inactivity, man. But I feel like now, like Ness said, this is my third fight coming up this year. I'm not doing no complaining. I'm just thankful. Just thankful.
Um, when you fought Manuel Gallegos, was it like on a Mexico show and you didn't know him? Was it some big show that got underlooked? Like, cause yeah, you
So
fought Manuel Gallegos in Mexico. So did you get duped? Did you know who
listen,
he
yeah,
was?
yeah. So we haven't really talked about that. So man, listen, I got hit up. I had fought for Floyd February 2020, and that fight came around. I think I can't remember what it was, but it was in 2021, and it got sent to me, and I wanted to fight. I hadn't fought in 14 months, so I just said yes. As soon as they sent it to me, this the guy. I said yes. I ain't asked no questions. I ain't asked. Next thing you know, it's in Mexico. It's this and that, blah blah blah. Next thing you know, it's in the kid's hometown, and then you see all these things start adding up, and then it's like, okay, then we get there, then we're in this small ring. They talking about Shakur fighting in the 18 by 18.
Well, that's
Listen,
not
brother.
true anymore. It was just reported this 20 by 20 on the inside.
Yeah. So they they talk about that. I'm like, man, listen, me and him fought in the ring so damn small, and it was so hot. So they knew whoever the promoters on his end, they knew because I was solo. They knew what it was, and it was like we were in a small, super small ring. It was 120 degrees temperature, 90% humidity. Completely just talk about you want to talk about fighting in hell. Literally fighting in hell. I didn't drop the kid. They didn't call it. They called it a slip. They didn't call it a knockdown. I hurt the kid, almost knocked him out. It was a tough fight. I felt like I won. Multiple people hit me up. They were like, we felt like you won, blah blah blah, this and that, blah blah blah. But there was nothing I could do about it. But I mean, it was the toughest fight of my career, hands down. More so
Really?
based off conditions, though. It wasn't him. It was fighting in a and you. It was like fighting in a sauna. So we're fighting in this little ring. I'm fighting. He's a big puncher, and you've seen what he did to Khalil
Khalil
Cole.
Cole.
He ran down on him and stopped him, and it was like and Khalil came back and got his back, of course. But I mean, it was the conditions, man. Fighting in that type of heat, and we were okay. So a basketball gym, right? Now think about a basketball gym with no AC, and it's just all hot air coming in Mexico and Sinaloa and Sinaloa. Come on, bro. I'm talking
How
about
was it
the
being in Sinaloa?
It was cool, man. Everybody showed me, so much love, man. I actually, after the fight, man, I passed out from dehydration,
Oh
severe
wow.
dehydration. Yeah, man. And it was, so many people hit me up and, they were like, man, we thought you won from Mexico. Man, we thought you won. And, we just knew the conditions were going to be tough for you. They loved me though. they love me, man. They love me out there. So it was a good experience, you know, and hopefully, you know, I could get mine back from Gallegos as well. Would love to
What
do
did you
that.
think of his fight with Pacheco? Pacheco was able to stop him in 4. Did you
Yeah.
watch it live?
Pacheco, he gave Pacheco some. One thing about Gallegos, he's gonna give you a run for your money, you know. And he gave Pacheco all he can handle, and Pacheco did what he was supposed to do, you know. He did what he's supposed to do, and he got him out of there, man. So, you know, I feel like I said, but you go down to Sinaloa, you fighting in that heat and in them conditions, and it's completely different. You know, over here in America, we spoiled, man. We complain about ring size, but at least over here we got air conditioning. The lights might be a little hot, you know, but we ain't fighting in that. What me and him fought in was when they said when Sugar Ray Robinson he was fighting, he went up to light heavyweight and he was fighting, and the conditions were so bad to where he had to they had to stop the fight or whatever. It was like I understood what they mean because that's how hot it was in that ring. It was ridiculously. I probably lost like 10 pounds in that fight, just being in the fight alone.
So I'm going to butcher his name, but is it Janek Plana?
Gank Plana.
Gank?
Yeah.
Gank?
Yeah. Plana, yeah.
Somebody
Yeah.
just text me like, my boy beat Newman. And he
Who's that?
says, this guy, I mean, I guess, is he
Oh,
from
Plana, yeah.
Atlanta or something? Or it says Maryland, but my friend is from Atlanta, and he put, you know, that name. What happened in that fight? That's Sam's Town. That was in Vegas. That's a hometown fight.
That's but that's the one where I told you, like, I was just going through that mental, you know, so much. I had so much shit mentally going on. But when we got in the ring, I didn't even know it was. I was completely like, just like they talk about mental health stuff. You got the guys pulling out for mental health. That was probably when I should have did that, but I didn't. But as far as beat me, ain't nobody beat me. ain't nobody beat me. Ain't nobody whooped on me. Ain't nobody just beat me. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I haven't been beat by a fighter better than me. You know, and that's how I feel. And they ain't nobody got in the ring and been like, oh yeah, this guy's he whooped Newman, or that has not happened. That hasn't happened. That has not happened.
Well, I mean, since those 2 back-to-back losses, you've been
Yeah.
on this 7-fight win streak, and obviously you're about to wait. It's more than 7. Oh no, 7 fight win streak, and obviously you got this big fight in October.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I think that might be all the questions, man. Refreshing. We got actually one more from B3 Picks out of VA. Thank you for your time and coming to the Boxing Voice. My question is, what are some of the sacrifices you make to be a great fighter and a future world champion?
Man, it's so many different things I couldn't even tell you, man. But I miss out a lot of stuff on my kids, you know, especially going to training camp. I know you hear people say that all the time, but like a lot of stuff with my kids, just the day to day of them growing up, or you know, there certain things at school. Like I missed the first daddy daughter dance last year. I missed that one, but I thank God I was able to make it up this year. You know, birthdays, holidays, you know, you name it, man. And I think I missed my my baby. I missed his first birthday. You know, and it's like it's certain things, man, that you miss. You know, it's a lot of sacrifices, you know. But I mean, it's all if you keep going, you know, and you know, you keep God first and keep doing what you need to do. It'll all pay off in the end. You know, that time you can't get back, but you could do other things to make up for it by giving your kids a better future. You know, stability and things of such. You know, of course, and at the end of the day, your kids are not going to want to see you with your head down because you weren't able to go out there and try and, you know, accomplish your goals and see you live with all that type of things that you see a lot of these athletes have to live with, man. You know, I don't think that gets talked about enough, but I think a lot of failed athletes live with a lot of things, and you know, and it dawns on their family. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like you go out there and you make those sacrifices that are tough, and you be a little selfish, and in the end, you'll be able to, you know, take care of your loved ones the best that you can.
You spoke about being on a Jake Paul card, and then you gave us the details
Yeah.
to explain you're not technically a cruiserweight, but
Yeah.
technically you fought at cruiserweight. Is you and Jake's relationship too friendly, or would he consider you? Because I don't know if you noticed, but he's called, I don't want to say called out, but there's something there with Daniel Jacobs potentially coming back. He's also called out Badu Jack,
Yeah,
another guy you're familiar with from the
yeah,
Mayweather gym.
yeah.
Is that something you would consider? Do you think he would consider, or are you guys too friendly because of the whole Jay Leone love, Mayweather? All you guys know
Me
each
and
other.
me and Jake got a personal relationship, man. Me and Jake, we talk. We text. He congratulates me. I congratulate him. He'll hit me up. I knew he was fighting Tyson before the whole world knew he was fighting Tyson. So we just put it like that, man. And he showed me a lot of love. And when I was in a tough situation, family situation, he put me on his card, man. And and he took care of me very, very well. The whole MVP team, Nakisa, everybody, they took care of me, excuse me, very, very well. So, I
Damn,
mean,
so why we couldn't get no co-promotion or something?
man, it's funny, man. Like, I mean, if listen, if MVP is with it, they see the work that I've been putting in. They see the highlights I put together, and I was actually supposed to be on the Tyson card. That was the
Damn.
funny thing. I was supposed to be on that, but man, however God works it out for me, I'm cool with it. But I would love to do something with MVP or stuff, something like that, man. It'd be dope. It'd be dope. I think like they're doing great things in boxing, especially with women's boxing. They just gave the kid fighting out of here from Vegas. I think they just signed him and they gave him an opportunity. Um, what's his name?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, is it Alex Getcha or Getch, something like that?
No. It was one of Bomax fighters. Um,
Oh
he
yes,
just
yes, yes, yes.
yeah,
Avis
yeah.
Griffin. Avis
Yeah,
Griffin.
yeah. So man, it's like they but Jake got my number and Jay and all them, they got my number, man. So they know all they gotta do is reach out and be like, Kev, look, we want to put you on, and we gonna go make it happen.
Hey man, sometimes closed mouth don't get fed. But listen, you got a
Yeah.
son. I know he
Yes.
loves boxing.
I got
It
two
seems
sons.
it seems like Mayweather Promotions is doing a green belt challenge. He ain't
Yeah.
mixing it up.
Nah, man, I'm not. One thing about boxing, man, I'm not forcing on my kids. Like I've been letting them train with me, especially Kev since he was little. Uh, he's been. Can you hear me or did I cut out?
Yeah, you cut out, but we hear you.
Okay. No, but he's been training with me, but I'm not forcing it on him, man. I gotta kind of let them, you know, tell me like, hey, this is what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and then I'll support him, of course. But boxing is it's a tough business. It's a tough game. It's bigger than just throwing them in a little amateur fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
for sure. I just always look at it like guys like yourself, you've already been through the game. Like, okay,
yeah,
maybe you didn't have the smoothest career, but you made
right.
contacts. If your son is good, like
No, for
like
sure, for
you
sure.
got Jake's number,
No,
you got
for
Roy's
sure,
number, you got
for
Dev, and
sure.
probably a half dozen or 18
Yeah,
dozen more numbers that can, and you've watched Devin do it with Bill. I don't
right.
know if that's something that crossed your mind. That's all. I'm just trying to get it
Yeah,
out before the
it's
interview.
no, yeah. I mean, it definitely has. My youngest son, he loves it. He's Daddy, I wanna fight just like you. And my oldest one, he's so talented, man. He's such an athletic kid, man. And it's like, so if they want to do it. They got the right guy. But as far as me forcing it, I'm pushing them to play baseball, try and play baseball or, foot, a little bit of football from my oldest because he's a little heavier. But basketball and stuff like that. But baseball is what I really want them to do. But if they want to box, they gotta show me. You know what I'm saying? They gotta show me. They gotta show me. So and then we'll go from there. But I do have all the plugs. You're right,
As a
Max. I do.
fighter, how does your son have to show you? Is it like he wakes up and runs the miles, or I don't gotta wake him up to go to the gym, or is that
Exactly.
all cool? But the most important part is when he get in that ring, how he reacts to the punches.
He got to show. Yeah, for one, he got to. I got to see how he handles contact, but it got to be more like me, man. Like it was my mom. Like it was me and my mom, and I told my mom, I'm like, look, I'm gonna box. This is what I want to do. And I did everything necessary to show that that's what I wanted to do. She didn't have to get me up to go run. She didn't have to, do this or do that. It was like she had to tell me, Kevin, you need to be in the gym. None like that. I went out there and did that shit, on my own. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm out there running them miles. And even to this day, man, my mom will still take me running every now and then. Still, and it could be we could be going on a 13-mile run and she gonna drive all 2 hours of it. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, so it's like I I have to see something like that from them, that eagerness, that willingness to really want to go. Like my baby, he'll cry if he can't go to the gym. If he can't come in the gym, he'll cry and whine about it. So it's like I gotta see stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like
For
he'll go
sure.
run, he'll go run. He went running with me. He ran 2 miles. He's 4 years old, man. Ran like 2.5 miles and didn't cry, didn't complain. He cried when I put him back in the car because he wanted to go some more. So it's like
How
it's
old
stuff
is
like
he?
that, man. Four,
Wow, and he
four,
did 2.5 miles?
bro. 2.5 miles,
Lord.
bro. 2.5 miles, and he was, and then my oldest now, he was out there training with Roy. He loved it, man. I mean, loved it. I took him from 135 pounds all the way down to 122 pounds. We both did a training camp together, so just trying to give my boys the game, man. You know what I'm saying?
For
And he
sure,
ran
man.
3 miles and he was pushing himself. So if they want to do it, then, they got the right guy for sure.
Bless up, man. That's the
Yeah.
last one. I appreciate you. Give out that social media in case anybody's crazy
Yeah.
enough not to be following. And once again, thank you for your
Yeah.
time, champ.
I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you rocking with me, these last few years. And thank you for always covering me, man, and showing me love every time you see me in the gym and stuff like that, man.
Nah,
So
for
thank
sure,
you.
champ.
At Kevin Newman _II on Instagram and Twitter. And yeah, look forward to the October one. Me and you will talk about the October one
Yeah.
off the record though.
Let's get
Yeah,
it, man.
yeah, yeah.
Congratulations.
So thank you, brother. So I appreciate you for having me, man. Thank you.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Newman, the second. Phone lines are open if you're trying to get the show to even go more hours. We are done with the interviews. We will be having another interview this afternoon, though. We still have Bruce Carrington scheduled for 4:30 Pacific Standard Time, 7:30 Eastern. So we got those two out the way. Phone lines are open if you want to talk women's boxing. So Iman Katayev has been informed of a sanctioning decision rendered by the International Testing Agency, ITA. The agency is in charge of the International Association, the IBA anti-doping program. So he tested positive for a banned substance and a anti-doping violation related to an adverse finding coming from an out-of-competition doping control conducted April 9th, 2024. So this is last year. It looks like his fight is still going to happen because the doping agency only pertains to the IBA. But it's important to stress that Iman has been tested repeatedly in recent years, and the results has always been negative. In addition, Iman has been enrolled in the World Boxing Council's WBC clean boxing program administered by the Voluntary Anti-Doping Agency, VADA, since August 2024. So 4 months after testing positive, he signed up to VADA and has been clean ever since. So, he's not dirty. This is an old test that's resurfacing and giving him, the negative publicity. But like we say, all news is good news. Phone lines are open, but Iman will not be making any further comments on this matter, so don't you interview him about this shit. They not rocking. He's also submitted his latest VADA test that is clean. Actually submitted 2 tests. Sent it out. That's pretty dope. You don't see that much. Here goes that test. This is a gentleman trying to prove his innocence here. You see what I'm saying? This one is a clean test for June 2025. And this was a collected sample. May 27th, it came out negative. Margaret Goodman. And this is another one. What date was this one? June 18th, also negative. So he got tested by VADA twice. And the fight is about to happen this month. So maybe there's a third test this month as well. Phone lines are open if you want to talk some boxeo. We got some super chats we got to get to. Salute to everybody. First super chat out of the day, pound for pound, number one in the chat. Leonard Sterling. Welcome. Good morning. Tyson, the missing link. He brought the numbers in. They will do less than the rematch. They're struggling to sell tickets. Maybe it's the price point. Right back at us with another 5-pounder. You thought India Smith beat Yoshida. She uses her married name Rodriguez now. Many had Yoshida beating Metcalf in the rematch. I thought Metcalf won. Yeah, I'm glad you're always listening. That's the girl that I was saying, India. See, I was like, damn, why does it say Rodriguez? But look, this dude knows everything. She changed her name or got married, whatever the case may be. Bob Saget, $2. Didn't Shadeja Green stop you in sparring? Well, technically, yes. And technically, no. A stoppage would be me on the floor, not making a 10 count, or the ref waving it off. What happened was she hit me with that double left hook, and I just started running around the ring on some Jerry shit. So that I don't have to take a knee or go down. But I literally ran, like turned my back and ran. I didn't do footwork. Side to tell the truth. Leonard Sterling, 5-pounder. Salute. Two best chances for a KO wins on card. Tibo over Kasamasa. Cameron over Camarera. If it was not for the cut, Dubois would have stopped Camara. Camara. Adrian, $2. Katie Taylor, a plus 120. Make some money, y'all. Tevis Smith, pound for pound number 3 in the chat with the $10. Katie Taylor is the female Evander Holyfield. Tim Bradley. She is going to headbutt her way to another win. Lil Zooted, $2. Africa in the mother effing house emoji. Shout out Nigerian Nightmare. South African flag, Ghana flag. Africa flag? No, that's Nigerian flag. And then that is Africa. I think. One of those is Ghana, for sure. Lil Zooted, $2. Can we get King of Essex on here? He gonna neglect the topic? Nah, he's busy with the fam, man. He's on the road. Trust. The woman's warden doesn't want to miss this. Devil's Advocate, $2. Pound for pound number 2 in the chat. Ask him who the GOAT and the GOAT is. You know those questions got to go in the questions post. Rank Leila Ali contribution to women's boxing versus Shields emoji. Oh, you want me to do that? You know, I got paid employees to do that, man. I'm sorry. Let me get that done for you, though. Player. Himalaya. Huang out of Houston.
Yo.
What up?
Say, did you get my Zelle last night?
Last night.
Yeah, because I want to make sure I'm zelling to the right place, because it was with a THE, not a THA.
Yeah, that's me. But what? Oh, yeah. I gave you that counterpunch. Huang Mancha, that's right. Yeah. Maybe you didn't take it, though. I remember saying it.
I hung up because my sister called. Nah, I hung up because my sister called. The reason I had punched in, because I'm going to tell you how algorithm, man, even the brain algorithm is crazy. Remember yesterday I brought up, hey, you think NORE gonna show up? And then last night, I got y'all in the background on the TV. I'm talking to my wife, right? And then I hear you say, I love my life. So just... That's from that Melvin Flint, the Hustler.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's one of my favorite songs of his.
That's why, and with the Carl Thomas, when I heard that, I said, wait, babe. I said, hold on, I got a Zell. I need to get back on. Yeah, but man, yeah, that's crazy. That's all I wanted to tell you, because I was on my mind earlier when I called, when I was gonna. Oh no, but this is what I did want to say in my first call before I got cut off. Yeah, man, I'm really excited for Sharada Metcalf, man. We got to show her some love and support, man. She doing her thing, man. And she up there in age, and she's still putting it down, man. So shout out for man. Who that card is stacked, huh?
Yeah, super stack.
Dang. And then Bumgardner's on there.
You know it.
Dang. All right. Well,
Everybody's
that's all
on
I
this
got,
shit,
man.
bro. All right.
TBV, like and subscribe, man.
They always picking on Chris Eubank, bro. I wish this dude won a world title so we could defend him more. Bro, they just fined my man 10,000 pounds for misuse of social media. This is why we need the BBSC in America. This is exactly why we need a universal commission. You see how they keep these dudes in check? They keep these dudes in check. They getting that fine money. You know, these fighters wouldn't be able to be out here telling fans to suck they D and all this stupid shit just because we didn't pick them. Shout out to the BBSC, man. I don't know what it's going to take for them to take over America and be the governing, sanctioning body of all of boxing in the U.S. or North America. And I don't know, bro, but we need something as strict as them. They don't play no games and they don't give no passes, man. I mean, they do give passes, but for the most part, they fuck around and light your ass up.
Yo, I'm audio.
Straight Quest the best.
What's up? Salute TBV, man. Yeah, I want to get into more females boxing. You know, I think us fans, we neglect women's boxing. We don't really put in consideration how hard it is to box. And females going out there and just putting it on the line, you know what I'm saying? So I only want to give my praise to all the female boxers, man. But yeah, I'm not really I don't watch too much boxing, so that's why I'm saying that. I really want to get into it. But yeah, that card, it's all females, you say?
Top to bottom, all females.
Okay. It's not on pay-per-view, it's on Netflix.
Netflix.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm gonna watch it for free then, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to watch it. Because if it was a pay-per-view, I probably wouldn't have paid for it, I'm not gonna lie. But since I just said I'm gonna try to push the females, I would have paid for it. But since it's on a Friday night, man, I'll probably just go out with my lady or something. Unless she probably has plans, I'll sit back and watch it. But I've been trying to get my girl to watch more female boxers. You know, she's more in the Bad Girls Club and baddies and shit like that. I'm like, why are you watching that shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, watch the real fights, you know. But she likes what she likes. So if I see if she want to watch it, if she don't want to watch it, then I just tune into your live chat and this, you know what I'm saying?
Word.
But yeah, the Katie versus Amanda Serrano, that's like, I'm not really into some trilogies unless it's like a 1-1 or it's like a draw or like a no contest or something like that. Because she lost both times, and you can say it was close. So I'm not really mad at the trilogy, you know. I'm gonna watch it, you know. Hopefully she gets that win. Like, losing to someone 3 times that's hard, man. That's tough. So I'm gonna go with her, man. I'm going with Amanda. Hopefully she can get that dub, man. Because I just hope she win. I hope she win, man. Because her facing her twice, she should be accustomed to what she does. You know, she should have her down. You know what I'm saying? So she should win. I'm going for Amanda. But yeah, I want to talk about Carissa Shields, right? What's the biggest for her? You know what I'm saying? Because at this point, you know, I got a name, but I want to hear your name first, Ness.
You said what? What's the what?
What's the biggest fight Carissa Shields can have right now?
Right now, without any of these fights taking place? Because you saying after Friday or before Friday today right now?
After Friday.
Savannah Marshall or Shadeja Green winner? It's the biggest
Okay.
fight.
So you don't want to see the Franchon Cruz? You don't want to see the Franchon Cruz rematch? Man?
It's not the biggest fight. She beat Franchon. And no, listen, she beat Franchon, which is her best friend.
Her
Her
debut, her
her
debut,
her
man. She beat her in her
nemesis.
debut.
Listen, she beat Franchon, which is her best friend. Her nemesis, which is historically tied to her from the amateurs, also beat Franchon. So it's like, why am I
Oh, I didn't know
rematching
that. I didn't know that.
Franchon?
Okay.
Yeah. God damn, you got background noise.
Oh,
I gotta
okay.
go. But
All
yeah,
right.
it's like,
Salute.
why would I fight Franchon? Franchon didn't even beat the girl that I beat. She ain't leveled up. I mean, Franchon did beat Shadeja, which was a girl that Clarissa was eventually gonna fight and talked about fighting, but I don't know that the Shadeja win. Like I campaigned for Franchon to get a rematch because she fought Shadeja in the first fight. She was able to undispute, and now she's a two-time champion, winning the WBC again. So I definitely think she deserves a shot. Plus, she's getting aged out. But technically, that loss over Marshall kind of ruins it. That win over Marshall would have pushed it. Like, oh, you got to give her a rematch. Y'all beat the same girl. That's your best opponent. You beat her. She beat her. That's Clarissa's best opponent is Savannah Marshall. That's why I need Shadeja to get a Ann Wolf type of knockout on Marshall so that the world demands that fight. But Coco.
Ali fought when women's boxing was niche, often dismissed as a novelty. Her role was to prove women could box and draw crowds, which she did effectively. Shields competes in a more established era, building on pioneers like Ali to push for parity with men's boxing in pay, exposure, and respect. Ali laid the foundation. Shields is constructing the next level. Achievements. Shields' resume is objectively stronger. Her Olympic golds and 3-division undisputed titles surpass Ali's accomplishments in scope and difficulty. Ali's 21 knockouts are impressive, but her opponent's quality is questioned, whereas Shields' victories over elite fighters solidify her technical superiority.
Hold up. Trying to get that next one for you. They hating on me.
Impact on growth. Ali's star power brought casual fans to women's boxing, but her contribution was more symbolic than structural. Shields actively fights for systemic change, demanding better contracts and coverage. Her dominance has coincided with increased investment in women's boxing, e.g., high-profile fights like Taylor vs. Serrano.
This is why I don't get why people try to say that she's not the GOAT.
Public perception. Ali's legacy benefits from her father's name and her undefeated record, but some, like Christy Martin, argue her era's competition inflates her status. Shields, while polarizing due to her brashness, is widely regarded as the best active female boxer, with endorsements from figures like Crawford.
And last but not least, the long one.
Ranking Clarissa Shields. Shields ranks higher due to her unparalleled achievements, tougher competition, and active advocacy for the sport's growth. Her Olympic and professional dominance, combined with her push for equality, has elevated women's boxing's credibility and visibility in a way that builds on Ali's foundation. Her impact is both athletic and structural, making her the more transformative figure. Leela Ali. Ali's pioneering role was crucial in putting women's boxing on the map. Her undefeated career and media presence inspired a generation, including Shields, and proved women could headline. However, her contributions were more about initial visibility than long-term systemic change, and her era's weaker competition slightly diminishes her legacy compared to Shields. Conclusion: both Ali and Shields are legends, but Shields' contributions edge out Ali's due to her historic achievements and ongoing fight for the sport's advancement. Ali opened the door. Shields is kicking it wide open.
And that's why Shields is able to take the name from the daughter of the GOAT and call herself the GWOAT, because she eclipsed that daughter. You know, shout out to Leila. Open the doors, but you heard Coco. Shields kicked them down. And what does that come from? Accomplishments. You have to accomplish, man. I keep telling y'all. Like the first sentence said that she accomplished more than Leela Ali. Then it went into the fact that Shields' opposition was also tougher, and Shields' era was also tougher. You know what I'm saying? But it boils down to the 2 gold medals and the 3 undisputeds. Accomplishments, man. We got to stop capping for these fighters when they ain't accomplishing. Like, you ain't going to be great if you don't accomplish. That's what you got to do. Resume stack. Who have you fought? What have you done? But now I'm going to say, compare them both to Amanda Serrano and Katie, because there's an argument here that somehow Katie, she got gold medals and she did XYZ. I don't know, for whatever reason, people try to act like she's the reason women's boxing is on television. And it's like, bro, what television was you watching? Clarissa did that. But they give Katie hella credit, and then there's those crazies that be like, well, Amanda's really the GOAT. So we going to put what I just said. Then we going to ask her, we going to do it right now. I'm going to say, plus, who really can claim the GOAT title? And yeah, let's see what she says. We got Tip Bellis.
I'm just looking for the whole thing, you know?
Nah, it's probably won't say it on the cart. Yeah, man. What up, man?
What up, Tip?
Yeah, man. What's today's date? Wednesday?
7-9.
Yeah, man. And Shakur can't
few
even get a
days out
morning
from
show.
your big fight, man. Few days out from your big fight.
Shakur can't even get a morning show. This is just, I don't know what to say at this point, man.
We just did Shakur yesterday. What the fuck?
It's mid. We didn't do Shakur. We did Edgar Berlanga.
No, that was previews and predictions for both. What are you talking about? You complained about the size of the thumbnail, remember?
That wasn't me. Because
yes,
Shakur,
you did. You said that's nasty.
Bro.
You got Berlanga bigger on the thumbnail.
That wasn't me. I think that was Malcolm. And then it wasn't even Berlanga in the thumbnail, I think.
Cap.
I think it was David Benavidez. It was David Benavidez and Devin Haney. That's who the show was.
Cap.
That's who the show. We ain't done a show about Shakur
yes,
yet,
we
man.
did, bro. You want me to screen share the recent videos? Like, you tripping right now.
Man, listen, I understand the hate, man. I understand the hate. You know, Shakur might be the next
right
best
there.
thing.
Look, 22 hours ago, Berlanga versus Shiraz, New York City, DAZN pay-per-view clash. It got Shakur on the thumbnail. You said it. You just forgot. Damn, you smoke more weed than me. He forgot he said Shakur was small on the thumbnail.
Damn, but either way, man, just the previews. He got an afternoon show. That's crazy. So disrespectful, man. The man ain't a big enough star for a morning show is what you saying?
What you mean?
You telling me.
We talked about that card, and now we talking about this card. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I can't please people. Yesterday when I talked about that, they're like, oh, you disrespecting the women? That's a historic card. You should have talked about them. Ladies first. All this shit. Now I talk about the women. Oh, you should have broke down the big card and made it just a Shakur show. Like, goddamn. I bet you when I do an afternoon show on Shakur Zepeda, someone gonna complain that I'm not doing something else.
I mean, let's be for real. Who cares that Katie Taylor about to beat Amanda Serrano for a third time, bro? like, who cares?
Netflix only decided to give money and open up their wallet for Katie Taylor and Amanda and Crawford and Canelo. And Nikisha said on Air Hawani that these two fights are test pilots. Netflix wants to see what it do before they open up the wallet for real. So yeah, it's important. It's important.
At this point, man, Katie gonna have to throw the kitchen sink because I think they just trying to get the straps up off her, man. Katie got to throw the kitchen sink, throw everything. You know what I'm saying? Because this shit crazy. I ain't never seen a loser get a third rematch. Like, this is insane, bro. This is insane. I have never seen anything on this level, bro. Complete insanity. But yeah, man, you know, I was looking at it the other day. It was somebody said, I was just thinking, like, damn, bro. Maybe the reason people don't like Shakur so much is because he resembles Floyd too much, man. Nah, you know what it was? Somebody said Shakur's one of them dudes where he's just looking to win. Like, he doesn't care about the crowd. He's just looking to win. He's not looking to satisfy the crowd. He's just looking to go get that win. And that's the same mentality Floyd had. Floyd was going to look to get the win by any means. You know what I'm saying? That's why people were so displeased and they hated him and they wanted to see him lose so much. That's the same thing with Shakur Stevenson, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't want to see that, you know, and that's why he gets the flack he does, respectfully, man. You know, people don't want to see another Floyd Mayweather in this era. People hated that. And we're in a good space now. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, with you Devin Haney fans pushing this, you know, I'm 100% behind it because, you know, I got to support my American fighters, man. I can't allow these people to degrade our fighters and want them to switch up, you know, because they not satisfied. You know what I'm saying? Let them fighters do what they do, man. But that's my call, man. Support y'all American fighters. Shakur Stevenson this weekend.
Richard Steele stops the fight. Salute Tip Bellis. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. If you're listening on X Spaces, go ahead and hit that retweet. If you're watching on X live streaming video, go ahead and hit that retweet, repost. Don't forget we got a poll. We're asking viewership versus the 2024's 74 million number. Does this fight do better? 25% say, yeah, it's going to do over 80 million. 19% say it's going to do 60 to 80 million. 20% say it's going to do 40 to 60 million. 37% say it does under 40 million. We got Al in the Bay. What do you say? Al in the Bay. Pat Bandero.
You hear me nice?
Yep.
Shout out to you. Shout out to the community. Sorodoro?
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you
solo.
Sorodoro?
I'm solo player. Yes, sir.
Hey, man. Yeah, real quick. Prediction for Friday. I got what's the name? Is it Mac? Oh, what's the name? There's an American. What's the first fight of the card? God.
On this female card?
Yeah, the main one. Metcalf. Yeah, so I got Metcalf against Johnson. I got Metcalf. Then I got Cameron against Camara. So I got Cameron. Yeah, between Green and Marshall, I have to lean towards Marshall. No, I think Marshall's gonna get it. That's my opinion.
2 years inactivity, man. 2 years.
I know, but she still got a good experience though, so I'm leaning towards her. Then I got Scottney against Mecado. Then I got Bumgardner against Miranda. Bumgardner. And then really that Taylor Serrano, I'm not gonna lie, I agree with Tip. Like I'm tired of the fight. I'm not gonna lie. She lost twice. Like even if she get that like that third one, like we're gonna get a fourth one. Like, come on, man. When you 2-0, you 2-0. That's it. I know it was close fights, but man, to be honest, I don't care about this fight. I'm not gonna lie. Good scrap, but yeah, I want Taylor to win, so we're over and done with. That's the reason why I want Taylor to win. Even though I like Serrano, I'm not gonna lie, I like Serrano, but that's it for me, really. Really, the one who deserve her trilogy is Cameron against Taylor. She's the one that deserved the trilogy because she beat her convincingly the first time. She lost the second time, and she deserved her trilogy. Really, that's my opinion. And yeah, bro, like that Taylor Serrano one, man. I'm tired of that one. I'm not gonna lie, but that's my call, man. I keep listening.
All right. Listen, we are 60. Damn, I need an identical phone that's in my pocket to count my steps on my desk because I use it so much. All right, so we are 66 days out from Crawford Canelo. We have our location. We are accepting. What do I call it? I guess I'm selling tickets already, man. I guess I'm selling tickets already. They're going to sell out. At the moment, I'm only allowing 150 of y'all to come. You know, we had way more than that for the Crawford and Mayweather, Crawford and Earl. I'm going to be inviting about 20 to 25 fighters. The location, we're able to smoke in the location with no problem. Liquor is included. Liquor is included in your ticket price. So you get to hang out, watch the fight, and your drinks are included. It will be mixed drinks. There's going to be obviously white and brown liquor. You're going to be good. You're going to be good. So, yes. The fight party is happening. It'll be here in Vegas. So get your tickets now. Book your reservation. Get your flight. Plenty of space. Huge theater screen to watch it, and it won't be projected. It's going to be HD quality. So, you know, it's going down. We got the location. Ticket prices are only $50. This is the cheapest I've ever done it. You know, shout out to Prophecy and the Brand House. You know, they helped make this possible by not charging me. You know, I just got to pay certain costs like the security. We're going to obviously have about 4 security guards since it's Las Vegas. You know what it is. You know, we got different things. Cleanup, waitress, stuff like that. But for the most part, everything is included. You know, we got the chairs. We got, obviously, the big screen. Liquor will be included. Location to smoke. And, you know, we're going to be inviting a lot of people. I think Rachel and Nonito are already confirmed unless they end up going to the fight. But, you know, they have a lot to do with Radiant. So I'm sure they'll show up to the Radiant Brand House fight party for Canelo Crawford. So if you want to attend, get your tickets now. Get your tickets now. We're not doing food. But I think that we're going to get a couple of food trucks on location since we have so much space. Once again, no issues with parking, no issues with smoking, drinks included. So I want y'all to come out. Malcolm, you're in Arizona. You better be driving out. You and Tone could get together. Actually, Tone might be flying out. I don't know, but y'all could get together and drive out. Y'all got to come through. Oh, Wizard, You need to come through. I mean, it's the cheapest we've ever done it, and I was going for free. That was my goal, absolute free. And he told me no because he said it'll be pandemonium. You know, he doesn't want just a bunch of strangers there. You know, he plans on being there and inviting a couple people. So he wants to keep it intimate, but grown and sexy. We're going to have a DJ. We're going to have a wireless mic. I'm going to be doing the awards. So if you won an award in 2024, get with me. Let me know that you're coming. And I need to know in the next 21 days. We're gonna do an award 21-day countdown where the people that won awards have to tell me they're coming so I can make their award and give it to them. Because the person who helped me design this belt was such an amazing person that did this on his own and just mailed it to us. I've decided that we're going to do this for every award, right? So this one represents Caller of the Year. Whatever other award we got for the, Rookie of the Year, it'll say Rookie of the Year. Whatever other shit we got, Entertainer of the Year, Hater of the Year. So I need to know who's showing up to get their award so that I can make their belt. Remember, this ain't going to be cheap. Look at it. This is fucking high quality, top-notch shit, So the faster you tell me, Ness, I won Entertainer of the Year, I'm coming through to watch the fight with you, I want my belt, I'm placing the order. 2024, if you won an award in 2024, I think I got a list, because I'm pretty organized. Let me see awards. Get my girl Coco. So 2024 Caller of the Year. The belt will be made for Jerry Soriano, who's actually left the community. Ever since, Mozzie dropped that new, Jerry, that new war zone, he dipped off on us, man. I guess he didn't appreciate that. I don't know. That was kind of whack to me, I come from a era of trolling. Like, y'all call it trolling now. We used to call it hiking. We used to call it dissing. I come from the yo mama jokes. Like, Jerry catching feelings is kind of weak sauce. I hope that's not it. I hope he's like, no, Nesta, hermano, I'm in Colombia with my young wife. You think you no? And then I'll be like, okay, champ, my bad. But until then, it feels like he dipped off because of this.
Hey, yo, live chat, power chat. Let me tell y'all something, man. The Matador. Ole, ole, ole.
Mozzie want the beat so he could step on him. You a C-class rapper, he's an A-class rapper. We got Jerry back with another. All I can say, stay tuned. Eye emoji, glove emoji, cigarette.
This a Bud vs. Spence performance. I couldn't ignore it. You push my buttons now, gotta cause torment. They know I'm slick like Wink, right? And I come at you like Foreman, confident, but keep the underdog spirit like Norman.
The fucking beat, man.
When Jerry was screaming, swing, 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 we was in the chat like, what the hell this nigga thinking? Throw them quick jabs, you ain't got no time for blinking. Wanna go to war with his stat squabble you been seeking. That uppercut fashion his sting, look how he leaking. Stumbling back to his corner drunk, what he been drinking? Lying like Charlo before the Deuce. I might have to hook on this old dude and get rid of his toupee. Border wars coming up next, I'm packing the suitcase. Vega wanted to scrap, but Big Bay wanted the 2K. This ain't nothing new, man. I'm still sending bangers to the community like Conor Ben vs. Chris Eubank. I think he mad cause I'm styling on him. My footwork like Willie Pep. You better watch your steps. Body bag and put your soul to rest. How he a contender? They gon' send the stretcher in for the lender.
Hey, this release 20 seconds. His engineer can make it longer.
See, the issue was that he didn't expect Mozzie to be that good, so he wanted the battle, but not really wanted the battle. Now he got the battle, and he got to gracefully bow out so it's not like an issue. And I don't think he going to bow out. I think he just going to disappear. I hate that he disappeared. I hope he doesn't disappear. But it looks like since that song dropped, he disappeared. So picking up the belt, again, everyone that receives that won an award is going to receive the belt. So we got Counterpuncher of the Year. If Tree shows up, his will say Counterpuncher of the Year. You feel me? He gets to take his belt home. We got the Prospect of the Year. If Abdullah confirms, then Abdullah Mason gets it. Same thing. We definitely ain't going to get Katie and Amanda Serrano, so that belt won't need to get made. Usyk ain't showing up. That ain't going to get the bit made. Dubois and AJ for Knockout of the Year. TBV Rookie of the Year. Jerry Yolanda for life. So that's 2 straps for Jerry. He would leave the fight party. A unified champ because he would have 2 straps. If Jerry shows up. Is the lender going to show up, Mr. Colombia? You know? We got Fight of the Year, Serrano Taylor 2, so we ain't got to do that. Tip Bellis is Border Wars Fighter of the Year. Tip Bellis. So he would get one that says Border Wars Fighter of the Year. That's what Tip would get. Then we got Guest of the Year, Bill Haney. I'm sure he won't be there because that's like 2 months out from their fight, and they moved from Vegas. He's not here anymore. But we can ask him. That would be great. I would love for him to show up, but I haven't seen him back in Vegas since they left. We got TBV Hater of the Year, Tip Bellis. So if Tip flies to Vegas, watches the fight with us, he got 2 straps he leaves with. But I need confirmation in 21 days from today, because it's going to cost to make all these belts. And the more belts, obviously, the cheaper the price. So I need everyone to confirm together. Super Chatter of the Year, CYP. Your belt would say that. Super Chatter of the Year. If you're showing up, he showed up last time to get his last award, which was a Crystal Award. This time you'll get a belt. Hopefully you show up. We got Upset of the Year. That would be Dubois versus AJ. Then we got Most Entertaining Caller of the Year, Jerry Let Him Cook. So, damn, Jerry gets 3 awards. He blanked y'all. Wait, something's wrong, right? Because I think that we redid the poll and Jerry lost Caller of the Year to CYP again, right? And I think that's when he got mad and they became part of a team. So, I got to put /CYP just so we confirm that. But I believe that's how it went down. So, again, if CYP shows up, he'll get one that says 2024 Caller of the Year. If it's confirmed that it's him and not Jerry, plus he'll get the Super Chatter of the Year. So he'll leave with 2 belts. And that's it. That's it. So we need confirmation from Jerry, Tip, CYP. That's it, really. Those are the only community members that won awards. Treese is the other. So once again, it would be Jerry, CYP, Treese, and Tip Bellis that need to confirm that they're coming to the fight party so that I can make those belts. In terms of fighters, Bill Haney, I can ask. I highly doubt he's going to be in Vegas, but who knows? Maybe he'll be in Vegas since that is a Turkey Al-Sheikh fight. Maybe he'll be in Vegas. He could stop by early. I'm planning on opening up the doors at least at 3 p.m. so we could watch even the prelims plus the first fight. I'm a hardcore. I'm watching all the fights. So my doors plan on opening around 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Whatever time the first fight is starting, I'll be in there 30 minutes before that and opening up for that. So again, Jerry, CYP, Treese, and Tip. The faster you confirm, the quicker I could put these belts into production so that you can get your award. As far as streaming, I don't think that we streamed the event the last time, but I can seriously consider that this time. We'll see, cause it's a studio there, so I might not even have to use equipment to stream it. We'll see what we can do on that aspect. Let me send them a little quick one on that. That's actually a great idea. If they have the equipment and I ain't got to put my own equipment, dope. Got the caps on, like, oh, wow. All right, we got Hawk Maryland. What up?
Yo.
Yo.
Yo, what's up, Nas? I was expecting you to still, I thought you were still talking on that, on your project. Anyway, what's up, TBV? Ness?
Chilling.
You in there dolo today?
Yes, sir.
All right, all right. Man, I like this. First of all, Clarissa Shields, the GWO, is 4 times undisputed, my brother. Not 3, she's 4. But yeah, she's 4 times. But I heard my man earlier call in. He was saying something about dudes watching women boxing because they looking at their butt and he don't like that and stuff. I'm like, women watch men for what they want to see too, bro. Believe it. If you had the pleasure of just hanging around women, women look at men and say all the little shit that men say about women when they hanging around. They looking at everything we look at. So it go both ways. Because I like Clarissa how she look inside and outside the ring. Savannah Marshall too. Oh man, Savannah Marshall and Green. I got Marshall, and if Green's slipping just a hair, and she just on her game, she gonna get stopped. I know Marshall ain't been in the ring boxing in about a year or two, but that girl just sharp. That's the female Tyson Fury, man. That girl is a beast. I like her. Savannah Marshall. And let me see, we got I thought with Katie Taylor and Serrano, Serrano, I thought she won both of the other fights. So, hope they let her get this one. I thought she won them both. So, yeah. And who was it? Metcalf? Who else fighting?
Yeah, Metcalf and Shanika Johnson.
Oh no, I think Metcalf on that one. And who else? What's the card? It's I know we got Marshall, we got Taylor, Metcalf. It's another one too. 2 more, ain't it?
It's a bunch, bro. It's hella championship fights. You got Ramla Ali versus Leela Fittado. You got Tam Tibo versus Mari Kasamasa. Chantel Cameron versus Jessica Camara. Shanika Johnson versus Sharetta Metcalf. Ellie Scottney versus Yamel Mecado. Savannah Marshall versus Clarissa versus Shadeja Green. Alicia Bumgardner versus Jennifer Miranda. And Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano.
Okay. Man, Bumgardner, she a good fighter, but since she on the other side of Clarissa, I can't even, I ain't even going there. I can't go with her, man. I'm Clarissa 1000. That's my favorite. So I hope she do good, but yeah, that's about it with that. But I see that Jake Paul and picked up Ebony Bridges though, ain't it?
Yeah, signed her yesterday.
Yeah, I like her too. I like her. She come to fight, and she's very smart. I think she a goddamn graduate or something. She real smart. But she come in here with that sex appeal, and she come to fight. She the one that's fighting with like one eye one fight, wasn't she? And she fought on through it, right?
Yep.
You remember that? Yeah, I like her. Yeah. So I can't wait to see her get back in there too. So, but yeah, I like women's boxing, man. I don't watch no other sports. So I don't know about the basketball. I heard y'all talking about that, but I don't watch no other sports. But yeah, but those are fights I like. But I think Serrano won the other 2, so I hope she get this one. And I can't wait to see that female Tyson Fury, man. That Marshall, boy, she a beast inside and outside the ring. I like it all. Anyway, who else? And Scott Nicholson. Yeah, like her too. Inside, outside the ring. Bad, love her. Anyway, TBV, number one. Appreciate you, Ness.
All right. Treese Toledo.
Yow.
Yo.
What up, though? What up, though?
What
Oh
up?
yeah. By the way, yeah, man, you can book me, man. I'm coming to get my shit, man. I need my belt, man. Hell yeah,
Let's
get that
go.
made for the kid. Yes, sir. Get that made for the kid. We coming to get that. But with these fights and whatnot, I just want to say I ain't gonna. I heard y'all yesterday talking about like how many people and the tickets and all this shit for the Belanga fight and the Shakur fight. In my head, I'm like, shit. I know why them tickets ain't moving like that, shit. Because I feel like people going to this fight, the women's fight. If I had my choice or if I had to choose, I would probably pick this fight. To be honest with you, this is just the more I know what you. Hey man, it's the more historical fight, man. It's on Netflix and shit like that. Is just you feel me? And I don't know, man. I'm sliding. I would slide to this, to be honest with you. But the fight and the card in general, like shit, this is what this is what we would like to see from the men's side. Like I get that the card in New York on the next night is stacked and shit like that, but it ain't. They're not fighting guys who we want to see them fight type shit. But that's neither here nor there. We fuck with the card though. Shout out to it. I hope all the boxing do well. You know me, I'm gonna watch them all. I don't give a fuck. But I'm with the shits, man. I like this women's shit. We fuck with us some women's boxing. Shout out O'Shea Jones. About to destroy Coach Garcia fighter. No offense, sir. We fuck with you the long way. Shout out to Chicago, but your fighter is getting her soul snatched. Shout out O'Shea Jones, man. This shit is serious. And then Lauren Price, if you decide to bring your ass up to 154, you're getting swatted down like the fly that you are as well. But that's neither here nor there. But on this card, man, we picking Chantel Cameron, man. We like her a lot, man. I fuck with her, man. I heard somebody earlier say that she should be the one getting that Katie Taylor smoke. I agree. It should be Miss Cameron. But if Chantel Cameron win this fight, man, I would like to see her locking horns with Holly Holmes, man. That's the fight. We seen Holly Holmes just on the undercard of the Jake Paul shit and the Julio Caesar, man. I like Holly Holmes, Chantel Cameron. That's the fight I want to see. I'm picking Shernika Johnson. I'm not gonna hold you up. Shout out Sharetta Metcalf, but shit, man. Shernika Johnson, her last couple of fights, she been mowing hoes down, putting hands and hooves on these hoes out here. Shout out to Shernika Johnson. I'm not gonna hold you the hell up. I like it. That's gonna be a good scrap. I'm very intrigued in that. I like Tam Tibo, man. She coming up, nice up and comer. I hope that maybe Coach Garcia get his Olivia Curry and Tam Tibo. I like that fight. That's a good scrap. I'm into that. Into that the long way. Alicia Bumgardner. I'm fucking with her. I know my man Hawk just, we still fucking. This is always team. This is the GOAT around this bitch. She's the best on the planet. Clarissa Shields for sure. Hands down. But Miss Bumgardner, we fuck with you. You still part of the Midwest Mafia, you feel me? Even though you be on some traitorous shit against Ohio, we still rock with you though. We want to see you do all right. We want to see you in the UK fighting Caroline Dubois. You feel me? That's the real fight. Well, shout out TBV. Shout out Toledo, Ohio, man. July 25th. Y'all be cool, man.
Fight party of the century. You already know it's going down. 9/13, Saturday. Canelo Crawford. Fight party with the boxing voice. $50 gets you in the door. Private spot. Shh. Smoking's okay. Liquor's included. Awards being given out to those that won them. I'm bringing in like 20, 25 fighters or industry people. You feel me? So that means it could be a Rachel, right? That counts. Rachel Donaire, one fighter, one manager. But it'll be about 25 of those. I'm going for 25, man. I'm going for 25. We'll see though. It's a big fight. It's a stadium fight. It should at least get 72,000 people because of the floor. So we'll see who's not going to the fight. Because that could be, a bit of a hindrance. Ron Boy Fresh, what up?
Yo,
Yo.
what's good with you, Slim? What's good? Oh man,
Chilling.
hey Mo, you might as well put me down for that fight party you throwing out Vegas. You know I'm out there by then, Mo.
Oh, all right.
So yeah, the crib, you know. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's get to my booze. I got quite a few boo things going on this Friday, man. Start off with my number one boo, Alicia. Alicia is just who Alicia is. Man. She just slim. She just that deal. My other boo thing, Cameron. Um, Chantel, man, that's my other youngin. Now, I don't. I fuck with Metcalf. I fuck with Metcalf, but Shanika is a different beast, Joe. Shanika got that. I hate to say it, but Shanika got that. I know your girl. Your girl, you ain't gonna like this, but but Savannah gonna make easy work of your youngin, man. She gonna make easy work. I know you ain't gonna like that, but it's not gonna be. Savannah is gonna beat her convincingly. It's not gonna be a stoppage. I don't think Savannah gonna stop her. I don't think. You know, as far as K, and Tam. I fuck with Tam hard too. I fuck with Tam. Of course I got my girl Scottney. Um, but all right, main event. Let's get to Serrano and Katie. At this point, man, I just want the winner to fight Alicia, man. That's just basically what I can ask for. It's gonna be an entertaining fight. I just want the winner to fight Alicia at this point. And we good, Mo. But yeah, I got a lot of boo things. I ain't got no bets in yet, so I don't know how you know what I'm saying, how I'm finagle this shit. I don't see no stoppages. I really don't see no stop. Maybe I think. What you think? Let me ask you a question. What you think about Tam and her stopping what's her face? You think that's possible?
Yeah, I think Tam could stop her. This 3-minute rounds too. She's more
Yeah,
accustomed to that.
yeah, I know. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the
But
only fight I
again, I
can see
don't.
the
This,
stoppage.
you know,
But go ahead.
I'm just saying this like her second professional fight or third professional fight. So, you know, I don't know if
Yeah,
that
but
power
Tampa
real.
beat. Nah, that shit real. That's what I'm telling you. If I say a motherfucker getting stopped, if I had to pick a fight that somebody's getting stopped in, it's gonna be that fight. And so that's why I'm like, I think I'm gonna have to. That might fuck my parlay up, but I think I'm gonna go with that. Other than that, man, Slim, this is a hell of a fight card. Of course, you know I'm tuned in. So that's all I
I mean,
got for
she
you,
ain't
Mo.
knock
Special
out
shout out to
Spence.
my
It could have
yeah,
been
go ahead.
because it was a 4-rounder, but
But
she ain't knock
yeah,
out
I think that was
Spence.
on that yeah, that was a four. Yeah, that wasn't really that was like yeah, like you said, that was a full round. That wasn't even no shit for real. But Tam got power, Mo. Like she got power. It's not it's real. So that's what I'm saying. If there's any stoppage, I put anything on is that fight, I think. But other than that, Mo, but man, enjoy yourself, man. And for this Friday it's gonna be a beast, man.
Wow.
That's all
Hey,
I
yo, the
got for you. Slim.
PBC is
What?
really done, bro. Shout out to Tony Harrison.
Oh yeah,
Just signed a
yeah,
Salida
we know that.
Promotions.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know. Oh, yeah. They done. They done. And after, if God forbid Benavidez don't, if Benavidez lose the
Damn,
yard, oh
bro.
my
And
God,
motherfuckers
oh
really
my
signing a Salida. Yo, shout out to Salida. He turned it the
God.
fuck
But
around for
how
his
did he?
promotional
We gonna
company.
turn this? Yeah, I know. But how did he turn that around like that? You think
The
the
zone
motherfucking?
dates,
Because he didn't have them
nah,
DAZN deals, right?
people
Yeah,
looking
I
at it
think.
like, yo, he got
Yeah,
TV, so he got a TV
yeah,
deal.
exactly. That's
This all
exactly what
these
I was
fights
about to
on
say.
the
Is that
zone.
the
Look,
zone bread?
they got Tony
Yep.
Harrison look like he about to headline somewhere in Detroit, bro. Like I know
But
he
see, it
happy.
make perfect sense. But it make perfect sense for Tony to be with Selena, dog.
Hell yeah, because he a
That
Detroit
shit make
promoter.
perfect sense. Yeah, that shit made perfect sense. But that's all I got for you, Slim. I'll hit you
All
back later,
right.
though. I'll hit you tomorrow some shit. All right, Mo, be safe.
Thank you. Hey man, I don't care what y'all saying about he's still fighting, bro. I've been doing this shit so long. I remember when he was trained by Emmanuel Stewart, man. Emmanuel was the one that made him a killer. He was a puncher when he was with Emmanuel, man. And everybody is when they with Emmanuel. Think about Cotto. Think about Vladimir Klitschko. Emmanuel make you a puncher. He'll curse at you. He'll call you a son of a gun if you don't do what he tell you, man. And That's when Tony was at his best. He was undefeated. He was with Emmanuel, man. Emmanuel just, uh, he passed away. You know what I mean? That changed things for Tony. I'm trying to think, who was it that beat my man Tony that first fight? Was it Willie Nelson? Willie Nelson? No. Yeah, is that the one from Ohio? That motherfucker beat my man Tony that first time in Florida. I was shocked, bruh. But I was an instant fan of that trash talking. I'm sorry. I know Brandon and everybody that love him as a caller be like, oh, yeah, I like the trash talking. We like the squabble. Yeah, I don't give a fuck, man. Yeah, I need a good trash talker, man. I need a good trash talker. And that's what Tony was, man. He certainly lost that fight. That fucked me up. But, hey, man, I'm happy to see him back. Hopefully Shalita doing right by these people, man, but it is a good fit in Detroit. Let him get them headlines, do his ting. Leonard Sterling, pound for pound, numero uno in the chat. Drop a bomb for the status. 5-pounder. He says, Cecilia Baracus had an amateur background, 75-5 in amateurs. 2005 European Amateur Champion, 2005 silver medalist in the World Amateur Championship. Shout out to Alex Doomsday Lioness.
The champ is here! The champ is here! The champ is here!
Shout out to Doomy. That's a.k.a. Doomy signing up to that champ level. Salute to the champ. He's back. KL Chapo, $2. Doomy back? TBV fam? Glad to have you back. Champ. We got Leonard Sterling still holding that pound for pound status with the 5-pounder. He says, Marshall won 3 of 4 rounds versus Shields. I gave Marshall's 3, 6, 7, 9. Official cards was 97-93 2 times, 96-94, which were good cards. Marshall won the second half. I don't remember it that tight. Damn, that might be worth a rewatch. Too late, though, man. I mean, I guess I could watch it tonight to see what Shields, I keep confusing Green with Shields, to see what Green is up against. Remember what she's up against. Devil's Advocate, pound for pound, number 2 in the chat. $5. Barry Bonds never tested positive for PEDs. Same in boxing. Many fighters never pop but are using. You'll never clean up sports of PEDs. Well, you're just a glass half empty type of guy, We got Leonard Sterling back with another 2-pounder, still holding that pound for pound number 1 spot. Global, MR, and Pursoon team bidded Global 500K. 1. Oh, MR is Matchroom? Oh, that's right. Okay, I mean, they definitely came in under. Global did like 500K. I think Matchroom did like 225 or something crazy low. And then he tried to sell him the fight back. I'm sure you heard the interview. He tried to sell the zone the fight without Matchroom, and then, they blackballed him. It was crazy. They blackballed the fight, not him. Pistol Parkway Mozzie, $2. So how we looking at this Yafai Rodriguez fight? Yeah, no, it should be an overturn. My man tested positive. It is what it is. We got to clean up the sport, overturn them dudes that be cheating. Yafai should get his record back. It should be a no contest, get him his belt back and all that good shit. Modern King Boxing, $2. Dimitri would starch Newman. Grinning emoji. Hey, man, at least he called him out. Ain't nobody calling out Demetrius Andre. That was shocking to me, honestly. I wasn't expecting that. I don't know that it was worth a short. Like, I don't know if he had the energy that my editor could turn that into something, but that was shocking to me. I wasn't expecting that. Troll Beta with the $20. Sweden. I like watching Alicia. Y'all nasty. I usually wouldn't read it, but it's kind of funny. I like watching Alicia box. That means 2 things. You guys are assholes. You're such, sexist pigs. Daniel Vega, $5 on that champ level. Is the Morel Katia fight off? Apparently, he tested positive for clomiphene in the last year. Nah, man, it ain't off. It ain't off. It ain't off. You know, clomiphene, I'm pretty sure, is like a synthetic testosterone. Yep. Also known as clomiphene, yep, citrate, primarily used to treat infertility in women who are not ovulating and those, How does it work? Blocking estrogen receptors. Yeah, you know, this is definitely, it's more of a fertility drug, but it's I think it's a synthetic testosterone. I'm gonna have to ask my assistant because Google's ass. So I'm gonna ask my assistant because she's more thorough. I'll get Coco on the job. But let's see here. We got Tip Bellis. I should be ahead in every $5 super chat from Tip Bellis. Salute. He says I should be ahead in every category this year, even Rookie of the Year, which I was somehow robbed of being nominated in 2023 when I came mid 2022. Hey, you can only be nominated. The community, I can't make anybody nothing just because I'm not a dictator. So the community has to nominate you. And then all those nominations are placed in votes. And then they have to vote. And the highest voted one is the winner. That's how it's always worked. I have nothing to do with it. Huang out of Houston, member for 28 months on that champ level. We buy those tickets on Eventbrite or Zelle? Or Zelle you 50? Yes, Zelle me 50 with your first and last name. Because no, Eventbrite charges. I ain't fucking with them. They be still sending me emails like, you did X amount of events. When you coming back? It's like, nah, man, y'all charge too much in fees, B. Too many fees. They charge my people for using a card. Then they charge me for using a system. It's just like way too much. Way too much. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Looks like FTWR, the shirt I was wearing yesterday, the Mexico shirt. You know they make my shirts. They will be sending me the final, well, not the final. I would say the first design on my shirt that I designed for Devin Haney that's called I Only Fight Champions. Remember, we last stopped on, what was it? Regis. So now we get to add Jose Ramirez and the question mark with the Brian Norman. So we're going to have those for sale. And I'm adding the Esteban shirt, the We Is Me design. So hopefully he has those both ready for me so I can show it to you before the show is over. If not, catch it on a second episode. Don't forget, today is also Border Wars at 12 o'clock, so in an hour and a half, we going live again at 12 o'clock to talk about Border Wars. August 2nd is going down. So we got a couple of events going down, a couple of events. That looks like I got to everybody, actually. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up. Remember, there goes some callers. Al in the Bay, trying you again.
Yo, 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 yo. Man. The Serrano fight, man, I'm gonna have a broom right next to me, man, because it's gonna be a clean sweep. Taylor wins again. I don't think there's anything different from Serrano. It's like she ain't had like a couple of fights in between to learn something different. So it's gonna come in as the same. She's gonna come in. She's gonna try to use her jab. Taylor gonna come in the high guard, push her back with her head and her gloves, and she gonna go to work. And Serrano's gonna do the same thing. She's gonna throw that jab again, trying to get her off of her. And Taylor's gonna come and just gonna walk her down and that's pretty much gonna be the fight. That was the fight for the first fight. That was the fight for the second fight. Um, if anything, she needs to learn how to move left and right, lateral. Lateral movement is her best friend for somebody who's like Taylor, who's coming straight at you. You move left, you move right, you tag them left, right. You feel me? Hit to the body. But she's not gonna do all that. She's gonna throw that weak jab and try to throw some hooks and try to win the fight that way, which she's gonna lose. So, yo, if y'all go to the fight, if y'all watch the fight, have a broom next to you. It's gonna be a clean sweep.
All right. All right. We got Laugh Out Loud Pillow.
Yo, you got me?
Got you.
Yeah. So want to touch on this women's card a little bit, you feel me? Uh because with this big card, women all women boxers are just the ones on this card, I guess, but even the ones that's not on the card, they're gonna get affected by this because this is gonna be the measuring factor whether people want to keep watching it. Feel me? Like they gotta show out. I don't care. They not just win the fight, like they gotta really show out on this card because if they don't do a good job, then women's boxing, the stock in it is just gonna keep going down and down and down. So, you know, I'm gonna watch it, and usually I wouldn't even watch these women's fight, but I'm gonna give it a shot. But the thing is with women's fight, like boxing matches, it might start off good in the first round when they got that little bit of power they do got, but then once you go to round past that, it just start getting kind of boring. You know what I'm saying? Because they just kind of like slapping each other and whatnot. So hey, this is big. They better train. I hope they train. I hope Alicia Baumgartner, she come out with a nice uniform, looking good, looking sexy with her makeup done. I don't know if she's gonna get her makeup done in the fight. I don't even know if women do that, but it might not be a bad idea for this one. You know what I'm saying? Come out with the makeup did, with the hair did. Not to the point where it messes you up in a fight, but just to look good. Because I really don't think that women actually watch other women fight for the most part. It's mostly guys. Like I try to get my girl to watch it. She ain't going for it. You know what I'm saying? She don't like watching boxing. She rather watch Tank fight. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. The Serrano Taylor, that's one of the biggest fights that women got. So I hope the third fight is either better or equally as good as the second fight because that shit was a good ass fight. It went viral. You know what I mean? It had a lot of people tuned in. Like I was looking at comment sections and shit off that fight. People were saying that's better than the men's fight. So if that fight don't deliver, it's really gonna tank women's boxing. Because really, the goat of women's boxing is Clarissa, because she the only one that got power. Like if that's the only woman that could probably knock out 95% of everybody in the community right now, Clarissa will knock out. And even I'm talking about the guys. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we really like Clarissa, because she could really scrap. So yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to this. And so I heard that the next one's gonna be Border Wars. I hear a lot of people calling me a duck and shit. So I'm gonna call back on that show because I gotta clear my name because I ain't no duck. But yeah, and before I get off this call, that dude that you
You
interviewed,
coming to the fight
I
party
think
or
his name.
what? You and Price coming from Sacktown or what? What you
I'm
doing
gonna
for
hit Price up,
September
see what he talking
13th, man?
about.
September 13th, we having the biggest fight party ever, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit him up, see what we talking about. Shit, it ain't nothing. I could pull right back up to Vegas. It ain't nothing. 8 hour drive from Sacramento. You
It's
know
a
what I'm saying?
huge
That
weekend,
ain't
man.
too bad.
Huge weekend. I don't know nobody want to miss that one.
That's true. You said you was inviting some fighters. Who you inviting?
It all
You know what I'm
depends,
saying?
man. It all depends who's here, but I'm already putting them fillers out. I definitely want to get Bruce Carrington to come through, but again, I gotta see who's fighting on the card. I'm gonna be talking to people and figuring it out and making a list. But shout out to Juan out of Houston, already paid for his ticket. He's showing up.
You know, Juan showing up. Shout out to Juan in Houston. How much is How much is the tickets?
$50.
Oh, that ain't nothing. All right.
Nothing, and liquor's included. You ain't got to bring no liquor. Liquor's included. You know, smoking is allowed.
So that's better than the clubs.
Oh, for sure.
That's better than going anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, most likely I'm gonna pull up me and Price. I know, if he ain't doing nothing, we ain't making no money. Feel me? But hey, man, yeah, I'm gonna tap in with you on the next show, Border Wars.
All right, champ.
All
Real
right,
quick, screen sharing. So this is Esteban, and this is a picture of him winning at Border Wars in Pro Box, and this is the shirt design. So it's inspired from his win. What do y'all think? I like it, and it's the whole "we is me." I don't know if we should get it cleaned up a little bit. Maybe I could send this. I'm actually gonna get this cleaned up a little bit. I'm gonna send this to my graphic guy now and have him clean it up because I don't really like how the arms look. It almost look like the arms is on some Teen Wolf shit. So yeah, but I do want y'all thoughts. That's kind of that's what I wanted too. I wanted the silhouette. You know what I mean? And the "we is me." I don't know about the hashtag. Like, we can use that. I don't know that the hashtag needs to be on the shirt though. So that's why I didn't put it. But obviously, give me your thoughts. Yeah. On that note, we out. Catch me on the next one. 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. Pacific Standard Time. Border Wars. August 2nd is going down. We talking Border Wars in about an hour and a half or less.